Get ready for the most glamorous event of the year, the U2B Streets Awards 2025, February 9, 2025, at Laven Midtown, located at 641 West 42nd Street, New York City. Join us at 12 p.m. for the pre-show red carpet extravaganza and a chance to win $500 in our fashion contest. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., enjoy the gold tier experience with speakeasy confessionals, press interviews, and premium cocktails. At 4 p.m., the platinum tier includes performances, a comedic host, an award ceremony, dinner, and gift bags. From 8 p.m., the diamond tier features a VIP after party with a DJ, aerial dance, fire performances, and gift bags. 24 U2 categories and many nominees. Can't attend in person? Stream the entire event live on Hush and Move Media via Uscreen for just $9.99. Get your early bird tickets before September 15, 2024. Visit now. Be a sponsor. Be extraordinary. Be there. Be great.
Hopefully anybody can hear me. Welcome once again to We-On-Loc Nation, aka the Lock Sector, And sorry, something's wrong with my throat today, so I'm gonna kind of take it easy. Today. Some real interesting stuff came about earlier this morning. And this is the latest of the Umar, Steve Harvey, and Ricky Smiley situation. This is the latest. When we called up to it this morning, Steve Harvey gave a response, and it was one of the most contradicting responses you can ever imagine someone giving to a person like Dr. Umar. I was supposed to play, and this is kind of interesting, right? When you hear somebody tell their truth about how much they're worth, they're greedy than a mother. Just note that. They're so greedy. Oh, I can't cuss after two. Hey, Lisa. How you doing? Welcome. Now, I like Steve Harvey, but he is not the kings of comedy. Everybody knows that the kings of comedy was Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac was literally the funniest person on here, on the Kings of Comedy. Without Bernie Mac, there would be no Kings of Comedy. Steve Harvey was the host. Cedric's entertainer was an entertainer. I seen Cedric before. I've seen Cedric. I've seen D.L. Hughley. D.L. Hughley, he good for a little bit, but then he just puts me to sleep. Bernie Mac, he ended up, what up, Soapbox? Salute. Bernie Mac nearly had me piss my pants back then when he literally started. He grabbed the microphone and got on stage and started doing his thing. Literally started doing his thing. Only a few people can move me like that. Bernie Mac, Mike Epps, and I have not seen, and George Wallace to some degree. George Wallace, if you actually seen him, he's actually funny at first. But the point of the matter is, you got these kowtow ass Negroes that if you literally hear their voices, it's like they are untouchable. They are literally untouchable. But around this time, it's very, very important because it's election time, correct? So when election time comes around, right? Everybody's all uptight. So, oh, who do we vote for? Do we vote for Kamala or do we vote for Donald? Do we vote for Trump? And all Democrats, all of them, trust me, in my family, my father's family, they literally have pressured me. And this is the reason why I don't talk to them around this time. I don't get on the phone with them around this time because I know they're going to bring it up. Did you vote? I'm be like, yeah, I did. Who'd you vote for? None of the above. I had to get the shirt. For those who don't know the movie Brewster's Millions, not Brewster's Millions, I think it is, yeah, Brewster's Millions. He literally like, who do you vote for? He say, none of the above. I ought to make a t-shirt on that. I ought to make a t-shirt on that. We-On-Loc Nation channel. I ought to make a t-shirt. Who you vote for? And on the back said, none of the above. These people are so animated on making you vote blue when you should be voting red. But if you vote red, you're a capitalist. Not necessarily, but I don't want to vote for a racist son of a bitch. I don't. But at the same time, I don't want to vote somebody who doesn't have any policies to their name. And because she's a alpha symbol, however they do it, AKA. Oh yeah. Oh, I think it's this. AKA. I don't know how does AKA go? My little cousin, my aunt, my cousin, my mother, my aunt, my cousin, my mother-in-law, and my aunt from my mom's family, or excuse me, from my dad's family. We got AKAs in our family. I guess that's the reason why they wanted me to vote. I guess that's the reason. Like when you come in there and like, share, hit the like button. Please hit the like button, like, share, subscribe to the channel. And if you are comfortable enough, please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. I don't know who y'all voting for. It's election time. Y'all can cast y'all votes early if you want. So some states have early voting. Who you're voting for? Just a question, just a ballpark question. Who are you voting for? You voting for Kamala? You voting for Trump? Or you voting for neither? And nobody can tell you who to vote for. Nobody. I don't care if they're on the Democratic side. I don't care if they're on the Republican side. Nobody can tell you any freaking different. Nobody. All right. I don't want to hear your voice right now. Let's see here. I love the attention from my family. I just love it. But here's the thing: we're not going to see eye to eye. We're not going to see eye to eye to everything because it's when you get let me explain how this works, and maybe you can relate to me. Right? When you're younger, and you literally have that family that tells you you gotta vote for this person because we died. Our ancestors died for your right to vote. No, they didn't. They were forced to fight. They were forced to be in the front line. We tend to forget that there was a period of time where we couldn't have guns. We couldn't have a gun. We couldn't have a knife. We couldn't have anything. They just wanted us in the front line to fight. They fought for their freedom, not ours. Meaning the Constitution is never for Black people. It was never, ever for Black people. Just like the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has never, ever, ever, ever been to black people. Ever been to black people. I dare somebody to challenge me on that. Just because you had a nigga on the Supreme Court in Clarence Thomas, aka former Black Panther. But correct me if I'm wrong, in his book, well, he married a white woman. He married a white woman and basically hated his skin because other Negroes hated him. For what reason? For what reason? All right, let's get into it. Again, I like Steve Harvey as a performer. I like Steve Harvey as an entertainer himself. But god dang, man. You really need to you have a whole street named after you, my nigga. Let me not say that. You have a whole street named after you. You know why? Because when you're at a certain bracket, when you're at a certain tax bracket, especially in Hollywood, people are going to look at you and you're going to have to make a sacrifice. They picked you for a reason, Steve Harvey. They picked you for a mere reason. They can care less. They picked Ricky Smiley too for a reason. Because you have such powerful voices in the industry, not necessarily out there. Because right out there, they don't like you right now. They don't like you as much. They don't. Maybe some old niggas, but especially these young cats that are in this era, they don't like you right now. You don't understand, Mr. Steve Harvey, that black folks are tired. Black folks are tired. They're confused. They're trying to figure some stuff out. And they want answers. That's the reason why they ask a whole bunch of questions. They literally ask a whole bunch of freaking questions. And DLU can shut up with all that, but I'll get to DLU later. But let's get into this little clip and the response to Mr. Steve Harvey. Slam Umar Johnson. He didn't really slam him, but anyway.
All right, so here we go. Dr. Umar Johnson took to Instagram last Thursday to be exact. He said he was offered $10,000 to do an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris, and went on to say that he believes other celebrities are being paid to support Vice President Kamala for her bid for the White House, right? Umar specifically called you out, Steve. He called out Ricky Smiley. He claimed that both of you were paid to support Kamala Harris's campaign. Here's what he said.
But if we're going to be honest, Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey, y'all only carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Can we please be honest? Can we see? I want y'all to understand, overstand, and understand what King Kong is talking about. Y'all carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Kamala Harris and the Democratic plantation is paying you celebrities, paying you to shame black people into voting. Y'all know we're not going to get nothing out of that vote.
So, we've had Vice President Harris on the show many times. So let's address this bogus claim, please, Steve.
Well, first of all, we're going to have her on her again, or how many other times it's needed to get her into office. Brother Umar, let me say this, man. I absolutely love some of the things you say. I really, really do, man. Some of the stuff I don't always agree with, but ain't nobody got to agree with everything I say. But let me clear the air on something.
Please.
You can't hire Steve Harvey for $10,000 to do nothing.
Hey.
Let me just A that out the way. I don't know where you got that number from, but you can't offer Steve Harvey $10,000 to do nothing. You can go through the industry and ask about me.
That's
Bruh, let me tell you something. Omar, let me tell you something, man. And there ain't no hate here at all, cause I like some of the work he does. I really do.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I don't
He said
I don't do nothing for $10,000. Don't even insult. Don't insult the brand equity that I've built over these 30 years of television. I just don't, man. And I'm doing this absolutely free of charge because I want this country to be in her hands as opposed to Donald Trump's hands. That's why I do it. Now, me and Ricky Smiley happen to be on the same page. Now, we Q's now, and so is D.L. Hughley. And Q's kind of run the airways of Black radio.
Okay. All right.
The Q's is running the airways of Black radio.
All right, Purple and Gold.
But we also understand what's at stake here. So no, I haven't received a single dollar from anybody to do what I do. And I'm doing it gladly for free. And I'm going to freely have her on here again and again and again. I am going to freely ask soft-ass questions. I am going to freely lob the basketball so she can slam dunk all these questions. Yes. I'm going to freely sit here and agree. So the black vote is not for sale. But it is a very important block of votes that can control the outcome of this election. And if I have my way, if it is within God's will, she would be the next president of the United States, because the alternative, there's only two people running for president. It's Kamala Harris, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, or Donald Trump. That's the choice. So I don't know. And if somebody offered you 10, you should have took it. But anybody offered me nothing. But please don't insult.
Well, hold on. Is that if Kamala Harris loses, there are going to be some canceled people? Not necessarily. Wasn't SH? No, not Hillary Clinton. Who's SH? A Trump wasn't whatchamacallit, a Trump supporter a few years back. Who's SH? Remind me again. I'm so sorry. Who's SH? Remind me again. Steve Harvey. Was Steve Harvey a Trump supporter? I don't know. That is a great question. That is a great goddamn question. A great goddamn question. That is an awesome question. And we gotta say here a super chat. Oh, Lisa, you didn't have to. You didn't have to. But thank you. We gotta make some adjustments. No, you know what? Screw it.
That's ISO?
Rack it up, I gotta build up the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post, the same now. I've been humble too long, Tell them all to stay calm, Tell them all to move on, Fucking my post, the same now. They be lost in the sauce, Took a loss, that's your loss, Had to get my point across, Heard them lanes was talking now, and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch them know that I be.
Love you, Lisa. Thank you for the $5 holla. He was buttering up them biscuits too. I gotta look it up. I mean, at this point, it really don't matter. At this point, right? Because he's locked in. He is definitely locked in, and he is going to be locked in to whomever is necessarily what he thinks is going to win. And everybody's putting their little eggs in that one little lady's basket. So I don't know. It's starting to look Camilla-ish, Indian-ish to me. I don't know, and quite frankly, it wouldn't bother me if she did win or not. It'll bother some men. As a matter of fact, it's going to bother a lot of men. I can't wait. Woo! I cannot wait because of all the jabba talk. Women ain't this, women ain't that, and we're gonna go to some sad parts in a minute. We're gonna go to some sad parts in a minute, and I'm also starting to notice that people are having a delay. People are starting to have delays, and I mean it all depends on where you live. If you live over here on the West Coast, it's relatively fair. If you live over there on the East Coast, it's like a 10-minute delay or something, 5-10-minute delay whenever time I speak. So don't be alarmed. We're gonna keep it popping, and let's keep this thing popping.
So and offer me $10,000 because I'm telling you right now, it cost way more. Me wake up, turn this mic on.
Oh, see,
way
we
more.
gotta get him. It's $10,000.
I can't even let that get out about me.
The amount of insulting to you. Wow.
That's just, I mean, really,
The
man.
brand.
And look, man, they can take their campaign money and put it into other causes, like buying ads and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The ad I'm running right now, this is free.
Free. Please go vote for Kamala Harris. Do it for free.
Kamala Harris campaign ad right now. Please vote. The black vote is not for sale.
It is not.
But it is a very, very viable force. It really is important. And that's why everybody wanted it, man.
That's right.
And because let me tell you something. If you look at the last presidential election, when it got down to Michigan, Wisconsin, it got down to Philadelphia, it got down to Georgia, Atlanta. Philly, Pennsylvania. All those, the Republicans were winning out in the suburbs. When they got to the inner cities where we heavily populate Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee, that turned the election. And the same thing can happen this time. And they all know it. Why do you think Donald Trump, who don't give a damn about the National Association of Black Journalists, would even walk his ass out there? He was out there to try to make black people think that he's done more for black people than any president since Abraham Lincoln. But he can't name one thing he's done for black people. And then got mad at the black woman for asking him tough questions. Now, anybody else that don't agree with that right there, I understand. But just show me what he's done for black people so I can understand. Because right now I don't.
Right. Go on and collect.
Kamala Harris for president. Thank you very much.
I approve this message.
I approve this message. Absolutely for free. If you try to offer me 10,000, I'm gonna quit talking to you.
Please welcome President Ronald Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
Go to the polls.
Shut up.
See, I'm on this radio show and I'm hearing all these people talking about I'm not voting if they're not doing nothing for us. Listen to me. If you do not vote, the analytics will show they know how many women vote, they know the age you are when you vote. If we don't vote, how we gonna ask for something next time? If you ain't got no voting power, you talking about reparations. Ain't nobody finna give you no reparations and you don't vote. Oh, why you think they finna give us some?
Look here, country bumpkin. He from the country. Definitely from the country. Here's how that works, sir. Sir. This is how this works. When you vote, your voting is because of this. It's because it's called the actual census. They come to your house, see, and they ask you, who are you voting for? They literally ask you at your doorstep. It's called soliciting. Trust me, I know. I have non-soliciting on my doorstep. Do not come to my freaking doorstep asking me for shit. But this is what they actually do. And then when they send you you're gonna send you a packet, right? Right. They send you a packet and they send you to an actual location where you can actually go and do this. So when you go to vote, there's also somebody else there, right, to give you a sort of direction of what to do. So when you go to the ballot box, you're going there by yourself. No one's pressuring you to vote for anything. When we go as a voting block, when we find the time, when we have the time to stop arguing with each other and stop being so damn separated from one another, and we all come together as one independent voting block, as Dr. Claude Anderson included, as Dr. Claude Anderson's wish, and I wish I had the brother on, as Dr. Claude Anderson's wish to have an independent voting block. And we sit there and we go through all the candidates. Which candidate is good for us? Which candidate is not good for us? I don't even have to explain in all these details of how this works. But when you do that, going as slow as I possibly can to make you and others understand how it will work for us if we all come as one. If we go there as individuals, guess what? We can't. Once say Kamala, let's just say Madam Kamala is in office, right? And she does the minimum for 2 years and does nothing else for the rest of the 2, or she gets reelected. We had put somebody who was irresponsible, number one, is a prosecutor and puts black people in prison, for innocent black people in prison, number 2, because we all know her history. And she hasn't even brought up any policies, number 3, because they're all trick bags. They all say the same thing. Vote for me and we'll see what happens. Well, there's too much police brutality in the world. Well, what do we do? Vote for me and see what happens. Rent's going up. What do we do? Vote for me and see what happens. Oh, no. You're going to give us something. You're going to give us something. Oh, you ain't getting nothing. This is 93. This is 90 plus years. 90 plus years in the making. Personally, I'm getting tired of it myself. So I definitely include that, of which someone saying that enough is enough. I am included in that. Enough is enough. Enough is a freaking enough. It's like, you got to vote. No, I don't. I don't have to vote. I don't have to vote nationally. I don't have to. I vote local. See, I can touch my local officials because they're present. They're present. They don't come up off their high anus. These people that come up off their high anus to have all this security to not get touched by these people. This ain't Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan came down because he didn't have a choice. The people were going to start rioting back in those days. back in the old Brooklyn days. They were literally going to start rioting when Ronald Reagan was in office. When Ronald Reagan was campaigning to be in office. Who was in office at that time? Jimmy Carter? No, hell no. We holding this shit. And my folks can get mad all they want. My folks can get mad at me all they want. I'm talking about my dad's side of the family. They can get mad at me all they want. It's like literally when I voted for Joe Biden, or I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I didn't. I said that wrong. When I voted for Barack Hussein Obama, I didn't know clearly at the time what I was doing. Because I wasn't into politics like I'm not into politics now, but I clearly understood where everybody was coming from when nothing was coming into fruition. Nothing. But I wasn't going to vote for Mitt Romney or anybody like that. I wasn't going to vote for Mitt Romney. Oh, hell no. But I know now. Because if you don't hold anyone accountable, if you do not hold these people accountable, did you know? Oh, and by the way, did you know that some of these Negroes need their ass whooped? Like Roly-Poly Martin almost got his ass whooped. Oh, you didn't know about that, did you? Oh, you didn't know that Roly-Poly almost got his ass whooped. Oh, dude came up there and shook up the room. Oh yeah, dude came up there and almost shook up the whole entire room. When I say niggas is tired, niggas is tired. Niggas ain't trying to hear what you saying. They want tangibles. They clearly want tangibles. Niggas is tired, man. Y'all think this is a game? Don't be democratic and start calling these niggas out. Don't be doing that. Nah, you shit. While I'm trying to look for it, like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. If you have not become a member of We-On-Loc. Oh, if you have not become a member of We-On-Loc Nation, please do so. Please do so. We're trying to get to better heights. Did that go on that match? Nope, that didn't go there. You saw it? Yeah. Lisa didn't see it. Lisa didn't see it. She's out of the loop most of the times. I gotta look it up for her. I gotta look it up for her. Oh, let's see. Rolling my end. Ran down, ran through. He didn't get ran down, he got ran through. He didn't get ran down, he got ran through. Let's get it. Fair use. Yeah, I know you didn't see it. But I'm doing this for you. I am doing this literally for you. Because I don't care about Roly-Poly Martin that much. Let's see.
Yesterday you tweeted about me. You called me dumb yesterday, right? First of all, you called me dumb. Say what you got to say right now. Say what you got to say. Yesterday you tweeted about me. You called me dumb yesterday, right? First of all, you called me dumb. Say what you got to say right now. Say what you got to say.
Look at this dude. Wait till you see the. No. What's up, y'all? Gerald here, creator of Gospel Chops and your host for this YouTube channel, back with another video. Now, y'all, it is official. The DNC in Chicago has disrespected. Watch his show. But the young generation ain't gonna keep being disrespected! Exclamation. Like Roland Martin and said, we will not tolerate.
I'll read it. From Jamal Green. And this is when I say that niggas, these young cats, these sprawn cats, most of them are from the let me see, they got generation, the millennial. Most of them from the late millennial to Gen Z, right? And they all, I'm telling you, these people are not playing. They will come see you. We will not tolerate these black Democrat sellout fools like Roly-Poly Martin to disrespect all of us young voices who speak the truth. Roland can play that bull spit with these seniors who watch his show. But the young generation ain't going to keep being disrespected. And please, when I say he disrespects people, he disrespects people, calls them stupid, calls them dumb. They don't know what they talk about. They're not educated enough. Blah, 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 blah. They're not going for it, bro. They're not. That's why I cross my arms. I literally cross my arms and I go like this. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, youngin. Watch your mouth. Why are you coming to my page calling me dumb and idiot? And then when I approach you, you run. Yeah, what? I don't necessarily call that running. He didn't really run. He was just backpedaling. That's not really running. Running is like, is turning, having your back turn, having his back turn, and him going like, no. You know what? I don't want to talk to you. Now that's running. He was just backpedaling. He was like, you know what? No, you touch me. Roland, you'll get your, let me not disrespect the old elderly. Let me not disrespect that. You'll get your fat ass whooped. I remember doing a video on Roland Martin when they all set up Dr. Umar. But I know where they all come from now. I know where they all come from.
These black Democrats sellout fools like Roland Martin to disrespect all of the young voices who speak the truth.
You tweeted about you called me dumb yesterday, right? First of all, you called me dumb. Say what you got to say right now. Say what you got to say.
Look at this dude. Wait till you see the. No.
If I was American and they said, hey, Chicago, New York, and these sanctuary cities is going to give you immediate resources like this, I would be on the way too. So it's not about them. It's about leadership and their priorities of us. Because we elected you. We supported you. I ain't support Brandon Johnson, y'all know that. But some of y'all did. But the reality is that y'all supported these leaders. And these leaders are supposed to be working for you. Those folks can't vote. Those folks don't pay taxes. Those folks ain't have ancestors here. Those folks ain't never been to America. You elected these people. You pay taxes. You pay property taxes. You pay income taxes. You elected these politicians to work for you and your children. And the fact that they will leave you to starve. They will leave you to starve even if you're a veteran. They won't care if your children is running these streets because they ain't got nowhere to go. They don't care if you are out there and sleeping in cardboard. Ain't no team gonna come and ask you if you want to go come to a shelter, give you 6 months of free rent. But yet they can do that for very people who are not citizens. Should be a slap in the face to all.
They ain't gonna do shit for y'all, youngin'. They trying to get people like you and I up out of here. Me and us who are truly, and I hate to say this, you might want to cover your ears, who are truly Moors. I'll say it again. Though they're trying to kick us out of here, those who are truly Moors. Yes, I said it.
All of the folks who pour into this country each and every day. Now, that's not a Republican stance. That's not a Make America Great Again stance. That's not a Donald Trump stance. That is a common sense American stance.
Now, we don't advocate violence on this channel unless, of course, it is in self-defense and is
just like the Black Panthers, right?
Covered by your Second Amendment right. This man walked up.
The conditions in which their reality is set. So while we might be offended that a rich white man is questioning the nationality of a quote unquote Black woman, that Black woman does not claim to be Black outside of campaign season. So we saw her be Black as she was vying to be VP. The hot sauce on the pork chops, the marching with the band, all of a sudden she's paying attention to her AKA sorority sisters. But then once sworn in office, you didn't see the acknowledgement of her sorority or her HBCU. She didn't wear pink. She didn't wear green. She didn't wear anything HU. She also did not acknowledge the Black community while in office. We saw bills signed for Asians. We saw bills passed for migrants, which primarily affect the Hispanic community. We saw bills passed for literally everyone but Black people. So for her, additionally, last thing, after she took that oath of office, she went on record to say that she was the first South Asian vice president. At no point in time did she promote her Blackness.
Hold on. Wait, stop. Okay, first she's Indian. Then she is half Asian, half Indian. Asian, Indian. Did she say she was Did she say she was Hispanic? I could have swore she said Hispanic. But anyway, Indian, Asian, now Black. They're Black when it counts the most. Don't listen to me.
At no point in time does she acknowledge her Blackness. At no point in time does she market herself as a Black woman. And that was when she was Attorney General. That's back when she was DA. That's all the way until she was senator. And of course, as vice president. So the fact that, again, she's using this Black card during the election season just so Black people will turn out to vote for her. And then she will, if she were to win, she would be in office and then fail those same Black people who did everything in their power to get her in. I think that's disgusting. I think that's unfair. And I think that that's why I personally reached out to the Trump campaign and asked if I could speak, because I'm like, you guys might be offended when he says it, but what are you going to do when I say it? Because at the end of the day, I am a Black woman. I've lived a Black life, and therefore I pay attention to politics. So I was actually excited for her when she ran for president the first time. Just the fact that she was in the race, I was like, okay, HBCUs, do your thing. But she never acknowledged said HBCUs. In the first 100 days of the administration, they cut funding to HBCUs. She did nothing to support the very people that she's now leaning on to win this election. And I wish that those same people would understand that if they were to support her in this election and she does win, we will see nothing but a repeat of the last administration. And
well, most of your HBCUs are owned by white folks anyway. So let's get that pretty clear.
Black people, the same people that everybody touts when it's time to get elected, will also be the ones that are the first to be forgotten about once they're sworn in.
Although Deion Sanders could have been the first African-American Black man to actually own a HBCU or take it over per se, He left to go to Colorado. Where there's at least what, 12% black folks in Colorado. And there's like 88, 87, 86% white folks in Colorado. Capitalists doing it for the money.
So what are we to do, y'all, with these young voices, with all this energy, with all this drive, with all this ambition? Well, I'm not going to shut it down.
Absolutely nothing. Because once again, when we vote separately, it ends up in a separate transaction. When we vote together as one, voting block, we can get shit done. And also, it's going to take a little bit of pocket change to convince someone. It's going to take a little bit of pocket change to convince that one person that we vote for as one to go for our list. When we have a list of demands, it's going to take that one. And if he does not, or he or she or whoever, it could be an alien that comes from outer space and said, "Come and vote for me. I may be an alien, but please, I will do whatever I can to please the people, to put the people back where they belong. Riches, what used to be riches when it used to be Rosewood, we had a community. Rosewood, we had a community. Tulsa, Oklahoma, we had a community. Come and vote for me. I don't care if it's a Chinaman, although why would we vote for China? They have way low numbers than us, but they have lower numbers coming in, but they're the ones that get shit done. Make that make sense. The Asians are the lowest of the totem pole, but they get shit done. Make that make sense to me. So you vote for whoever you want to vote for. It doesn't make them. Does not make a never mind to me. Although I will say it, this is a warning. This is a damn warning. And you can go and like and share, subscribe. Please. This is a warning to all those who are going to vote no matter what. You are merely responsible for whoever is in office, who is elected in office. Although your election don't even matter because the electoral colleges, they put it in office. They put in presidents 4 years in advance. They choose presidents 4 years in advance. So you had no skin in the game. However, if we were to do it and we were to do it early and we were to get it out the way, they would literally have no choice. Either abide by the list of our demands, or you ain't simply just not getting our vote. We can hold our vote for as long as we want. And that's primarily one of the reasons why they're trying to get us up out of here in the first place. Death, destruction, hunger, filth, poverty, police brutality, and everything else. That's what my father used to say. Hard head make for a soft ass. Hey, y'all got some soft ass. Yeah. I gotta do some promotions real quick because we're gonna transition right into our next topic. In this one, I want people, excuse me, to participate in this one. This one is quite curious.
Get ready for the most glamorous event of the year, the U2B Streets Awards 2025, February 9, 2025, at Laven Midtown, located at 641 West 42nd Street, New York City. Join us at 12 p.m. for the pre-show red carpet extravaganza and a chance to win $500 in our fashion contest. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., enjoy the gold tier experience with speakeasy confessionals, press interviews, and premium cocktails. At 4 p.m., the platinum tier includes performances, a comedic host, an awards ceremony, dinner, and gift bags. From 8 p.m., the diamond tier features a VIP after party with a DJ, aerial dance, fire performances, and gift bags. 24 YouTube categories and many nominees. Can't attend in person? Stream the entire event live on Hush and Move Media via Uscreen for just $9.99. Get your early bird tickets before September 15, 2024. Visit now. Be a sponsor. Be extraordinary. Be there. Be great.
All right, don't forget to get your tickets to go to the YouTube Awards this September. It's going to be a banger. This is not so much a banger because I should do this for at least a week on what is it that a man wants in a woman. But I'll frame it. I'll put it together somehow, some way. My next topic is very concerning because we often go into these diatribes about how women are, how women act, and how they're too emotional and stuff like that, right? But when I go on, and most likely you're going to get some wild ass stories, right? You're going to get some wild stories from time to time. But it's not and from my opinion, it's not as greater as what I see. It's not just with Black men, it's with all men. And this is the reason why I asked this question before I played it. I have to ask this question. Are men evil? Are we evil? Or we have evil tendencies? Are we evil or do we have evil tendencies? Now we turn on YouTube today and let's just say in a black sector, not the black sector, but a black channel. Let's just say that. We turn to a black channel, right? And you sometimes mostly more than other channels like myself, you would never catch me arguing with a female about anything unless it's like a one-time thing. And it's like, oh, my bad, we're just agreeing to disagree. But an ongoing theme of arguing back and forth, men versus women, women versus men, you're never going to catch that here. But I often catch it everywhere else because these men are so obsessed. And I could be wrong. It could just be YouTube. But these men are exactly so obsessed with the theme of a woman being submissive. that, you know, these women are literally are not submissing to a man, a male. They are not following in the lead, in the footsteps of these men, and they often say that when it comes to religion or spiritual, because I know it's not a spiritual thing. When it comes to religion, it starts with God first, then man, then woman, then child, which is incorrect, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, but I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it here. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've seen in other countries, especially in other countries, talk about patriarchy. You think patriarchy is bad? I think it's starting to get a little bit worse when it comes to here, because obviously these individuals, these men, and I'm not saying all men do it, but these individuals are trying to find ways, or they're trying to find a way out, or they're trying to find ways to get these women to submit, or forcing these women to submit. If they're not forcing the women to submit, then why are you doing video after video after video? And each and every single subject is always disrupted, no matter what subject it is. It's always going to go back. We could be talking about Starbucks. We could be talking about Starbucks. And it all goes, well, you know, a woman, men end up paying all the time to, you know, cater to these women. Why can't they cater to us? A man got ran over by a car. A woman did it. This is nothing compared to what I saw. And Lisa, I am so glad that you're married. I am so glad that you are married. And I am so glad that I was born in an era where we didn't have talks like this. We never has. It wasn't even like this. Even when we had AOL, you remember AOL? Then it came Black Planet, AOL, Black Planet, MySpace, etc., etc. Now we got YouTube, right? So when I go into detail of what, if a man is truly evil, and I know and understand, understand how women feel, and I understand and overstand how a woman would transition to being heterosexual to homosexual. I understand that. I really wish this wasn't coming to fruition, but it is, due to the due to the fact that men, again, this is not everyone. Certain men don't know how to behave. And there was one that came on my channel the other day, you know, calling me all types of names. It is cool. It's the same word. It's the same word, same lingo, same language. And it's like, it's all depends on how you wanna I'm telling you, these women, and I'm not saying that every single woman. Listen, I'm just gonna tell you right now, I am not Brownsville. I am not Brownsville, New York. That's on Sharon's channel. Even I do appreciate my sisters. I do. But again, I appreciate the good ones, not the bad ones. I place the bad ones in a separate category. Some of y'all need a reality check. You do. Some of you women need a reality check just like certain men need a reality check. And you need counseling. If you don't want counseling, then please separate yourselves from us. Because we're not going for it anymore. We're simply not. We are simply not. So, with that being said, I ask of women, do you think men are evil? And I want people to participate. I got the link. Go and tell a friend, tell a friend. I want people to participate in this. I already got the StreamYard link up in the chat. And I seriously, come on. I might have to do a series on this. So here's my first. And this might be graphic. This might be a little graphic. So, since men have the nerve, the illegated gall to put women on such high esteem, especially how they act, let's put men up there in the same spot. It's only fair. It's balanceable. We have to create balance here on the We-On-Loc Nation channel. And we're going to create balance whether you motherfucking want it to or not. We have to create the type of balance to say, hey, you mess up, he messes up, we all mess up. Let's get it straightened out. But again, it's not just black men, it's men, period. Let's show them what I'm talking about.
At the Allen station, and according to the detectives, the woman suffered very deep cuts to her face and her head that required staples. And tonight, she is back in the hospital after getting an infection and also running a fever. And that video you mentioned shows just how much she had to endure. This video circulating on social media is now part of an attempted murder investigation. A woman is beaten, dragged, even thrown into the carpool lane on the 210 freeway at the Allen Metro station in Pasadena earlier this month. Detectives call it an unprovoked attack in what has been a year of problems and promises to improve safety on Metro.
The recent violent incidents we've seen on our buses and trains are alarming and troubling to every Metro board member.
That was Metro Board Chair Janice Hahn after a slew of attacks on Metro earlier this year, including the shooting death of Juan Luis Gomez Ramirez, who was visiting from out of town. But it wasn't the only murder or time crime tape has gone up on Metro platforms. That's why this past June, the board approved a 5-year plan to phase in and create a Metro Police Department.
We've heard from riders who've been afraid just trying to take Metro home, bus operators who worry about whether they can do their job safely. And the status quo is unacceptable.
Still, it wasn't enough to spare this woman whose horrifying moments were captured on video. County Supervisor Catherine Barger is demanding a full report on security measures. Meanwhile, some riders are hoping, like this man, they will one day feel safe on the trains.
But afterward, the Metro, they are doing very good. Not a problem right now.
The man seen in the video has been identified as Juan Flores. He is being held tonight without bail, and his arraignment on attempted murder charges has been postponed until August 27th.
Now, that's just the first. That's just the first clip, right? Literally taking a woman onto the freeway, knowing that she could have gotten her foot ran over, her whole body just ran over. Somebody could have ran over the both of them. rage, the spirit of rage, anger, lust. Are men evil? Are they considered evil? Oh, do they have is the spirit of anger running rapid? Is the spirit, I need to know, is the spirit of anger running rapidly, especially here in the United States? Especially here in the United States. Me personally, I would like to know. Because if it is, then separation is best. Although I would say 2 nights ago when I was on Nightish's channel, and no disrespect to Nightish, I mean, he holds an awesome channel, but I'm clearly pissed off at him right now. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm clearly pissed off, and we'll talk about it later. Let's go to the next one.
سرش خورد به اینجا پدر سگ کثافت سرش خورد به این ای خدا مرگتون بریز ای وای گرفتش الهی بمیرم نزن دروغ قرآن نزنش بچه وای گردنش
Normally, shut up. Normally, okay. Normally, everything, how do I say this? Well, let me start off with this. It is abnormal for a woman to get up everyday life and happen to fear for her life by simply putting a knife in her purse, a knife, pocket knife, blinky, whatever you want. Usually I would go for the taser, because a taser don't hurt as much, even though it's shocking in the mother, but I would go for the blinky. I'm literally asking, are men evil? Or they just have evil tendencies, or they have an evil spirit? And it's starting to look as if, and this is the reason why we have people like the Princellas of the world. You know, the Princellas, you know the Princellas. You know the Princellas of the world. Literally saying they want us to literally separate, even though she's not actually preaching separation. She's literally saying either bow down to us or go up on your merry way. Because without us, there will be no you, which I totally disagree, but hey, it is what it is, right? I mean, evolution works both ways to me. But I wonder what the doc, when he interviewed a woman who doesn't necessarily like black men, but has clearly an understanding of how they work here nowadays. It's not necessarily that she might be gay or whatever. It doesn't bother me because I know how this world is. Let's take a listen.
Biggest reasons they come into the lesbian community from your own experience. What brings our sisters there? The ones who choose it, not the ones who say I was born like this. I mean the ones who actually know that this was a conscious choice that I made. What brings them to it? What are some of the triggers you've seen that bring the sisters into it?
Men.
Yes, that has been my experience. So what advice would you have for men as it relates to our treatment of black women that you think could probably slow down the exodus from the heterosexual community to the Rainbow Nation?
Well, Doctor, I'm working on some new stand-up material about this exact topic. I think it's really going to shake the block. A lot of people are going to be upset, but it is what it is. I feel that men hate women. I feel men resent women. I feel women. I feel men resent women because I think women have, the one thing that men need. And I think men resent women for that. I think there's a lot of control over. A lot of people are going to be upset, but it is what it is. I feel that men hate women. I feel men resent women. I feel women. I feel men resent women because I think women have, the one thing that men need. And I think men resent women for that. I think there's a lot of control over that. A lot of women, we've come to a place where we have a lot of animosity between.
We all know what that is. Men don't have what women already have. We all know what that is. Because I mean, let's get real. I mean, if women really wanted to rule the world vis-a-vis by sex, they can. It's just that simple. Hey Sherelle, how you doing? If women wanted to rule the world, and it's not just it's not by their vaginas. That's not my belief. But to other niggas' beliefs, if they wanted to rule the world by their vaginas. That's a effed up way of looking at it, because women are more intelligent than that. Then we got us a problem. But this is the reason why I think that both men and women should separate themselves from each other. And I'm not talking about the ones that are already married. I'm not talking about them. If you're married and you have an outstanding relationship, please turn this shit off, because this doesn't pertain to you. And this don't pertain to me either, because you already know. But needless to say, I don't blame. I wish this didn't happen. I don't blame these women for going rogue on men. I don't blame them at all. But at some point in time, some of these men and some of these women are going to have to face facts. This is a propaganda. There is no gender war. People from overseas and stuff like that. I don't care if it's Africa, because they're mainly like us, only speaking different languages. But we're bringing people from Europe, we're bringing other ethnicities to oversee us, overthrow us. Here in America, there's a reason for that. If this is about money, if it's about resources, it's about power. They don't want people here in America who look like you and I to compete. It's that simple. Because they know we carry a better IQ than these people. They know that. That's why we had the most black inventors here in the United States of America than any other, and of course they had other people competing for those particular projects. And I am telling you, us as black people, we had it in the bag. But the biggest one, if they can't get rid of us in AIDS, HIV, COVID, cow disease, any other shit like that, they are trying to get rid of our numbers. They're trying to either get rid of our numbers or separate us due to the simple fact that we grow families faster than anything. Anything in the world. It's kind of sickening to me how things are brewing now, with men arguing with women, women arguing with men. It's all Willie Lynch stuff to me. It's speaking Willie Lynch to me. Lisa understands. She'll tell you.
Men and women, and I think men. Yeah.
I want you to clarify, because you said something that was pretty powerful. I want you to go in. I want to make sure I'm following you. You said there's men who hate women, which I agree. But what was your reason, though? You said because it's something women have. What did you say? You said it's something women have that men need.
I think men resent women globally, not even just black men, men in general. You got Arab men throwing acid on Arab women for not wearing their hijabs properly. I think I personally feel men hate women. I think men hate women. I think men resent women because we have the one thing that men need. You know, if you think about a woman, and this is kind of getting into queerness, lesbianism, masculine women, butch presenting women, masculine presenting women, right? And you spoke on this on a recent live about why women are doing this, because they have to step up and be the man in the household. My mother had to be the father and the mother. So it's like, you know, it's been a slippery slope. This is where we were leading this whole time, having fatherless homes and things like that. But I do think it's rooted in hate. I think that men hate women. I think men resent us for having the one thing that they need. You know, because if you think about a woman doesn't necessarily need a man. A woman can sort of function, unless you need to have children or something like that. But we're in all these pandemic conversations about population control and that sort of thing. So that's a whole other cup of tea. But I just think that there is a lot of animosity from men towards women. There's a lot of rape. There's a lot of sexual assault from men to younger women. We talk about R. Kelly and these sorts of industry conversations that are going on. And I think women just live in complete fear for our lives every single day. I have a pocket knife. I'm always talking to other women about how we can just protect our vaginas in any capacity. So Wanda Sykes has a really funny bit about how dangerous it is to just have a vagina. Like, you know, how you could just go for a jog, and, you know, she's a part of the alphabet community as well. But, you know, I think it's just, the answer is simple. It's a 3-letter word, and it's men, M-E-N.
Okay, now, When you say that, I need you to clarify, because you have some sisters, be they heterosexual or lesbian, who will scapegoat men totally for the trauma they've had in their lives. Here's my question to you. Do you think women can go so far in their criticism or accountability towards Black men that you almost breed a hatred from Black women towards Black men who have not even been traumatized? In other words, how much is awareness? How much of it is holding Black men accountable? And where is the fine line between I'm holding my brothers accountable to I'm completely condemning the existence of the Black male species? Help me out. Where do we draw the line between accountability, responsibility for what Black men have done versus Black women who are on an all-out assault, who want to destroy the image of Black masculinity in our community? Where can we draw the line?
Okay, this is a very deep question. I mean, I kind of need you to break it down for me in parts a little bit. It feels like that's a big question.
Let me put it another way. Do you hate men?
No, I love men.
Okay, do you know women who hate men?
Maybe. I feel
I want you to think about the women you think might hate men. How do you differ as a woman who doesn't hate men, but who is lesbian? How do you differ from a sister who is lesbian and hates men? What is qualitatively different in terms of personality and outlook between you and a sister who actually hates men?
Well, I mean, that's a tricky question. I'm very different from a lot of people.
Problem. When you first said men are the problem.
No, I didn't say men are the problem. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Black masculinity advocates. That was my first reaction. But when you said you love men, I said, okay, she can't be a Black anti-masculinity advocate because she says she loves men. So how do you differ from sisters who do hate men? In other words, I'm different because I don't do this, or I'm different because I do this. What would set you apart from them in terms of your outlook towards Black men? In other words, how do we know you don't hate Black men?
I lead with love. I think we have to figure out how to get back to love. And if the man is supposed to be the leader, the man has to lead with love. And I think men don't lead with love. They lead with rape. They lead with assault. Usually they lead with violence. Men are very
heavy when you say Black men lead with, because that makes it look like.
I didn't say Black men. I said men.
Okay, but let's stick to the race though. Let's keep it to us. Let's stick to the race. How would you say Black men are leading?
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time?
No.
How would I say Black men are leading?
Are leading in our relationships with women. How you say like men will lead with rape. How do you feel Black men are leading? We're engaging women on what level, with what energy? How are we presenting? When you come across a group of Black men, what are your expectations of what we're going to do when we meet you?
Try to figure out how to.
So the number one thing on a Black man's mind is coochie.
Yes. But we got.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I stated to you before, it's spiritual. It's not religious. Spirit of lust, the spirit of lust, the spirit of anger, gluttony, sloth, pride. There's 7 of them, but I added something to that. There's 7 of them. Lisa, what are the 7 deadly? I'll look it up. Somebody did. Lisa, Bridget, what are the 7 deadly sins? Because I know it's sloth, pride, gluttony, anger. Let me look that up. But mostly it's it's lust. Oh yeah, lust. That's 5. When she said what she said, she basically told the truth, because if you go to Fugeezy, if you go to Fugeezy, if you go to Fresh and Fit, Fish and Funk is what I call them. If you go to any of these, even Charleston White with his crackhead ad, when you go to these particular people onto their platforms, most likely they don't want a conversation. They just want to clap cheeks. There is no such thing as conversation anymore. There ain't no such thing as love making anymore. No one makes love anymore. All that R&B prideful shit is gone. All that shit is gone. And I can blame it on a plethora of things. I can blame it on government. I can blame it on this. I can blame it on that. I can blame it on white people all day long. But ultimately, it's our responsibility to see that our women are protected. It's our job to see that our women are protected. It is our job to see that not only the women are protected, but the children are protected as well. And so what if she can wield a hammer and she can pop it? If she can wield the hammer and pop it, it's all because of her training. Her father trained her. Right? I could care less if a woman makes more money than me. I could care less if my wife makes more than me. As long as I'm helping out with something. In these days where we struggle the most, it's okay. It's totally okay, because if she loses, let's just say she loses her job, it's my turn to I'm a man. I gotta pick up the slack. I gotta see to it that this family is functional. I got to see to it that this family stays afloat, above water. Because let's face it, they don't want government. They don't care. No one cares about us. No one cares. Not government officials, not electorees, not politicians, none of those people. None of those people care. None will ever come out to the black community and what's going on here? Why can't you get along? No one cares. That's why they give you a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and hopefully you function that way. Like I can care less if a person were to get food stamps. You need food. If a person wants cash assistance, they need money to function. They got bills to pay. Bills are rising. But through all this election, through all this play, black men are being looked at the least of people that they fear. And black men are getting tired of being stepped on. And what is their go-to? What is their ultimate go-to as of this point right now? And again, I'm not saying all, but what is their go-to? Trying to dominate a black woman. For what? Women must follow our lead. Where Where are they following you at? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking them? Where are you taking? Oh, I must follow my lead because I'm the man and I'm this blah 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 blah. Show me a man. Show me. Because a man is simply not just about providing and protecting them. It's about loving, it's about caring, it's about understanding. Oh, yeah, it ain't about respect. It's about that also. I do agree. But who don't respect you? Who respects you more than a black woman? No one. White women don't respect you. They want your nut. And then as soon as they get tired of you, they call the cops. Stupid. They literally call the fucking cops. But no, you don't have an understanding of how the world works. Because a person that can love you but a black woman is a black woman. But most of y'all Negroes ain't convinced. My channel ain't gonna grow based on that. My channel is gonna grow based on if I call a woman out of her name, if I call a woman out of her name, if I call a woman out of her responsibilities, if I try to hold a woman accountable, I can get the views. I'm fine where I'm at.
We got to get the consciousness over the coochie. This is what
we got to get the consciousness over the coochie. We must get the consciousness over the coochie. Now, let me ask you this. How do we get the consciousness over the coochie when so many black women are leading with sex too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like black women are the most sexually objectified group, and they also objectify themselves the most. No other woman in America sexually objectifies herself as much as a black woman. So my question to you, Queen, and I'm loving this conversation. I appreciate you for being here. My question for you is, the black men, we need to get phallus control. You're absolutely correct. We need to get phallus control. We do. Our sexual irresponsibility is destroying the community, hands down. But what about the sisters' sexual objectification of themselves? What would your message be to them? And why do you think black women lead with sex so much? All of our singers, all of our dancers, all of our rappers, sisters, the way women dress, black women are leading with sex. So is it a contradiction to say the brothers are looking for coochie and the sisters are dressing for their coochie to be seen? So it's like, how do you split that apple pie of responsibility up?
No pun intended on the apple pie. How do you split it up? Okay. It's a deep question, Doctor. I got a reference as a comedian. I'm studying my legends, Paul Mooney, all the greats, Cat Williams. Cat Williams has a really funny bit where he talks about basically colonizers going to Africa for the first time and seeing black women. And he says, that's their women? What's that on their backs? That's their asses? Let's go. Let's go. We all under mind control, Doc. We under mind control. The black women were taken. As you know, tale as old as time. This was the downfall of the entire situation, right? We were taken.
If starting a side hustle is something that interests you, make sure you continue watching. If not, skip this video.
Now you have people with my complexion. I'm not supposed to be this color, right? My sister Angela Davis is not supposed to be this color. This is why we look this way from all the slaves that was going on the plantations, because the black women, just simply from existing, apparently tipped the colonizers so much, and it led to the downfall and the spell and mind control that we're now under. So the men have to lead with love and the women will follow. But we are under so much mind control and we are under so much like evil.
Ding 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 ding. Love. Lead with love. Love is not that, I love you. You're my everything. No. Leave those movies alone. Leave those movies alone. When she speaks of love, she speaks of loving, being kind to someone, saying hello, saying, you know, you look lovely today and everything, opening doors for someone, pulling out chairs for the individual. Receive that and you will receive twofold. It's that simple, but no one wants to preach that anymore. Everybody just wants sex because they're so used to Cornhub. This is the reason why Cornhub is relatively banned from Texas. You see Cornhub and you immediately think that niggas is getting cheeks. And you wonder why in Houston there's so many diseases out there. It's like, it's not that simple. It's just simply not that simple. And I ultimately think, no, I know that some of these men are being disrupted by the spirit of lust and pride and gluttony, and amongst other things.
Evil propaganda, we just have strayed so far from God's light. But if Black men are able to find a way to stand up, and like you said, I forgot how you worded it, phallus control. Yes. If we are able to get to a truth, and I wanted to talk to you about Kanye, and some of the other people too, because I feel you have a lot of animosity in that direction, and I understand what he's trying to do. He's also trying to lead with love and get us to truth. He gets lost along the way. He's a Gemini. You know, I'm Gemini rising. You know, we fall.
Nobody's alone. But go ahead.
But we got to lead with love. These bots and these AI, you just had a bot call you. You know, this AI is really out here. We have to fight. We have to fight with love. You know what I'm saying? We got to, because they're training the bots to fight, and they come in with the hate. They just want to get you to engage. We have to start leading with love. As soon as the Black men step up and lead with love and not lust, the Black women will follow, I feel. But I also am not versed to speak on this because I don't date men. I mean, the only relationship I've been in is with a man.
And what age did you stop?
Listen, Umar, you're going to end this live on me, Doc. The only man I've ever dated was a white man, but that was when I was asleep. I was in my get out era. God woke me up. I got out. I'm halfway there. I got one leg in the elemental P community.
What brought you to lesbianism then?
I feel it was always there. I've always been very masculine, very tomboy, but I don't identify with that label lesbian if we're getting into terminology and stuff. I'm queer. I'm still open to men. I just, you know, that it's just very fearful dealing with men. You can get STDs, you can get pregnant and unwanted pregnancy. There's a lot rolling the dice when you're dealing with, you know, cishet men.
Okay. I'm going to put my psychology hat on real quick.
Yes. Thank you.
When I hear your reasons, I also hear trauma.
Of course, that's Black people's middle name is trauma.
You've been through at least one traumatic relationship with a Black man.
I've never dated a Black man.
No, it may have not been romance. It could have been biological father.
Yeah, my mother says this. My father passed away when I was 12. My mom says that I have trauma attached to that.
And so who was your father figure from 12 into adulthood? Did you have one?
Other men in my family, felt close family friends of his. My father was sort of like you. He was a community organizer and activist. He was from Brooklyn, and there's a big mural up of him in Connecticut where he's buried, in Stamford, where I was born. But yeah, there were men around, but you're not wrong. I'm agreeing with you. There has to be that figure in the home, present, physically there, you know, because I must have at some point, you know, started to gravitate toward masculinity, playing more with the boys, roughhousing and stuff like that. And, you know, that just sort of adapted within my personality. But it was also what I was observing as well, right? Having been in a single parent home, my mother fixing everything, providing, you know. So it's you're not wrong. I mean, I love the psychological aspect of it. I love when you say psychologically Black. I'm speaking in Dr. Umar.
And that's what's missing. Psychologically, a man being president of home, even though I just truly think that there are men who are present. It's just that they don't watch YouTube, and for obvious reasons. But we want to take the small demographic of men who aren't in the homes per se, and we want to make it bigger than it is, and we throw it out there, and it says a gender war. It's a gender war. It's women's fault. It's women's fault for going to the government and asking for this and asking for that. No, it's just sometimes you do what you have to do to survive, because mainly man, I have to say this, man literally did this to themselves, or they go straight to the army, the military. They go straight to the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and they clearly have to provide for their family. But you can't have a man and you can't have a woman being on welfare at the same time. At least what I know. If I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong. But you can't have a woman, you can't have a man, and you can't have a woman on welfare. Someone has got to, see what I'm saying? And most likely the women always participate in that type of stuff, simply because the man is not there for whatever freaking reason. But it's just that small. It's that fucking small. And we made it so big. We made it so demographically big that it's merely separating us. If we had our own infrastructure, we wouldn't be having this problem, in my opinion.
I want to get a Dr. Umar dictionary going for the young generation.
Got you. I appreciate you, Mama. One last question for you, because you said something earlier that sparked my thinking. I noticed that many of the lesbian sisters are hyper masculine. Some of them. You don't pose this way.
You're referring to what we would call like studs or AGs or butch. Yeah, white women call butch. Yeah.
Right. Here's my question.
What?
What leads a woman to the hyper masculine partner, aka stud, versus a strong heterosexual male? Why date a woman who is artificially posing as a strong black man versus having the organic, real strong black man? Why would a woman go to the female who's living her life as an artificial male versus with a real black man? Help me understand the psychology of that. She goes past the brother to the woman who's living her life for the most part as a man.
Once again, I got to give my disclaimer. I don't identify as a stud, and I have never dated one, so I'm not versed enough to speak. I'm not qualified enough to respond. But from my perspective, I can just give you my interpretation of what I've observed in being in the community. Yes. It's simply kind of going back to what I said earlier, which is that my impression is that you're basically just getting a safer version of a man, right? You're getting a much a version of a man that you can have a better chance of trusting. Once again, I don't identify as a stud. I don't identify as masculine.
No, I've actually said that. I did a live before.
Okay.
Lesbianism. And I said the reason why sisters will go to a masculine woman instead of a masculine man is there's less risk for abuse.
Yeah. That's how I would interpret that situation. I mean, I'm thinking as a queer woman, if I'm passing a man to seek out a masculine presenting woman, it's probably because I'm going to feel a bit more security there. I'm going to feel a bit safer. There's less risk of my children there's less risk of another woman entering the space, because as we know, men struggle with the fallacy. So there's a conversation of other women being involved. You're going to have a little bit more chance of, is it monogamy or just trust, I think, is probably the word I'm looking for. It's like I think there's a little bit more trust there. But once again, I want to give a disclaimer. I hope I'm not offending any studs or Black queer people that are watching. I really am not.
Oh, so the simple truth is, and we all know this to be true, some of us, that women rather replace men due to them not caring enough, basically. I had a thought in my head and it shoot right by me. So I had to go to the other side of the brain and think. But no, she is partially right, because most women often come from abusive homes, often come from abusive relationships, and they often just want somebody to love on them or respect them because they didn't get that from anywhere else, and they feel neglected and stuff like that. And so mainly, and I don't understand for the life of me that why as a man you want her to get married and be miserable at a young age. Let's say the age of 20. Let's say you married a woman at the age of 20, right? And you're 25. Or you're 30. That's a 10-year rule that I have. A 10-year rule. Not a 20, not a 30, a 10-year rule. Right? I can't understand for the life of me why a man harbors so much for a woman to get married. If you're not married, then you're not in the fun club or whatever. Why you want to get her to get married to a man who's going to be miserable for the rest of his life? If she's going to be miserable for the rest of his life, and he understand and understand, she is stuck for life unless he is abusive. Unless he is abusive, unless he cheats on her, she is stuck in that marriage forever. Forever. So why can a woman just be single for the moment? Just be single for the moment. Just be single for the present moment. Just to play the field a little bit. No, because she's going to end up having babies out of wedlock. That's because most of you try not to curse. Most of you Negroes don't have the illegitimate gall to not stick your penis into something that you shouldn't be sticking your penis in. Have a little bit more self-control. Have just a little bit of self-control. Just a little bit. Is that too much to ask? No, we can stick our thing and everything on the couch. On the couch. Something with anything with a hole in it, niggas gonna stick this shit in it. Am I wrong? Or am I simping too much?
I can't speak to situations that I've never been involved in.
Last question. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm going to be 35 next month.
35. You've never dated a man. Would you ever?
No. I've actually never dated a woman. The only relationship I've been in is with a man, but I identify as like queer, bisexual, like gay,
you've
whatever.
never been in a relationship with a woman?
You know, I've got 5 planets in Capricorn, Dr. Umar. I just be focused on the bag, if I got to be honest with you. I'm not really a dater type of person. I don't really be out here dating like that.
Okay, so you could.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you.
You could date a man.
You know, I'm not closed off to anything. I think in order to receive God's blessings, you got to be open. You got to be in the right place at the right time. I'm definitely not opposed to men, but like I said, I think as a woman, I just kind of am very fearful of men. I think, and a lot of this is rooted in childhood trauma. I will absolutely admit that. My mom, I think something happened to my mother, if I'm being honest with you, when she was younger. And she is just absolutely horrified of men. She tried to date a few guys. God bless her with a lot of really nice black men. But she, first of all, didn't know how to treat them because she didn't have her mother. So she probably wasn't able to observe how to actually care for a black man and treat them. So she unfortunately ended up being very mean to all the black men that God blessed her with that were really good men. And they actually stayed in my life. That's to answer your question earlier. You asked me who was my father figure after my father passed. Lots of really great black men that God bless us with and stayed in our lives, maintained healthy relationships, but she didn't know how to treat a black man is what I observed. So of course she alienated and pushed them away. And then of course me as a youth observing that, that's going to program me to also fear men, have a fear of men, grow up with a fear of men, not trusting men. But I love men. All my best friends are guys, but that is the queer side. You know, that's the side that identifies with masculinity and playing video games and just hanging out. I don't want to do shit that like most
basic tomboy stuff
straight girls want to do. So it's very interesting. But basically, long story short, Doc, we are psychologically down bad. We got to get psychologically black like you speak about. So I'm just so grateful for you. And I just want to thank you for everything. I'm looking forward to making my Frederick Douglass.
Man. Well, you heard it. Here, although people are very opinionated, I'm not saying that her opinion is her opinion. I mean, her truth is her truth. All right. And some of those truths are very, very truthful due to the fact of what you see around you. You see it all around you. And you can't, the only way to escape it is love. The only way to escape it is to approach somebody with love and kindness and respect. But as a generation now full of angry men trying to figure out what's what, there is not that presence anymore. Although it's my job, it's my duty, and it's my task to get people not in the right direction because we're merely like 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. When you're an adult, when you're like mid-season adult, it's hard. It's hard for me to convince you. You're going to have to convince yourself. The only thing I can do is give you advice. The only thing I can do is say, if she is your choice, then you have to approach her with kindness. You have to approach her with respect. If she does not give you the same in return, move on. There are other women out there. Even if you have to go rogue and get a snow bunny, then that's fine. But I'll tell you now, there ain't no other woman who knows your struggle like the black woman knows our struggle. Stop it. White women don't know shit about it. They only know what they read. You know, I have to sadly say that white folks, certain white folks, know history more than we do, which is kind of sad. When it comes to our pain, when it comes to our suffering, they don't know it. They don't know it. No, not better than the black woman. No. So that's why I'm shocked, and that's why my teeth cringe every time I see a black man with a white woman. But that's just me. My teeth cringe whenever I see a black woman with a white man. It's like, Oh, such a disappointment. It's love. He loved her. Baloney. He got the draws, and you have to understand that black woman's. I don't even want to get into it. Get into this last little video, and then we're gonna call it a night. And shouts out to some of the people in the peak, because I haven't been watching them as of late. But something about them literally caught my eye. And the question still remains, by the way, are men evil? Are men evil? I need to do a series on that. I need to know how to approach it. I need to do a series on that. Are men evil? You want to prove all day, every day that women are this and are that, and we need to get our passports. No. Because the women over there overseas are going to treat you a little bit differently than the ones over here. You get this many to treat you like a king until it's time not to. Fair use.
Women having children, so then what?
You say what now, Hank?
Not every woman are having children, so then what?
Oh, we're not getting caught up on that. She's saying something that's
women. No, yes, women. Not every woman has children, but you just made the statement that is what women was created for. So if most majority of women are having children, they're putting their life in risk to bring your kids into this world. So we're not going to excuse that. We are also sacrificing our life too, especially according to what you said is our.
Oh, let me. I got it here. So I agree with that, and I acknowledge that all day. But the thing is that women were made for that. You're literally designed to give birth.
So were you designed to die for life?
Mr. Viz, you just said, and Hank just said that some women don't give birth. Some women are barren.
So women are designed to give birth. Is that all they're designed to do? That is the question. Is that all they're designed to do? That is the question.
Some women cannot give birth. So again, there's some women who are made to be mothers. There's some women who are born who are not made to be mothers. Yes, we might have the organs, but that doesn't mean that we are all supposed to be mothers. But I'm just trying to state from what you were saying before. You're saying that it was your responsibility to lay down your life for your wife and your family. She's laying down her life by even producing you a family. But you don't even see that as equivalent. You just made the statement that you wouldn't even have a nation without a woman, but then yet women is so inferior to men.
I never said that women were inferior to men.
You cannot even reproduce yourself. But then again, you're still talking.
She's absolutely making a statement. I clearly concur with MJ is saying.
To women in this kind of lower inferior type of situation. And that would make women offensive, because we know that you can't reproduce yourself without us.
But you're taking it completely out of the context of what it is. I never
No,
said
I'm not.
that.
I'm really not, Mr. Wiz. I'm literally going on the basis of how it's coming across to women when you speak. You're saying that you have this such high value of women because we can bear your children, but then everything else in the aspect of us is inferior into you.
I never said
that. That is backwards. That is backwards. You wouldn't even, but sir, you wouldn't even be here if your mother didn't decide to bear you in this world.
Thinking about a career in the fast-growing fields of UX design? A Google Career Certificate can help you learn the fundamentals.
There should be more value towards that.
I never devalued that. I don't know where you picked that up from what I said.
No, I'm just talking about the question in general, not necessarily what you said, Mr. Viz. I'm just saying when it reads off to women, You're saying that we're so insignificant in everything else that literally the only thing that we're only destined to do is to bear children. You're destined to give down your life. Mind you, you're not even destined. You decide whether or not you want to give down your life or not. Most of y'all decide.
I don't remember nobody saying that though. Who said
Who
that?
did say that? Mr. Hank, you said that
No,
earlier.
don't put that on me.
Did you
Ma'am,
say
don't
that
put that
y'all
on me. I never
y'all
said
lay
that.
down your life?
No, I never
Why
said
you
y'all
think
was
it's
insignificant.
y'all to lay down your
No,
life?
I
Now
never, ma'am, I never said it was insignificant. Stop, don't do that, ma'am.
Yeah,
Ain't no lie on me.
nobody said that it was insignificant.
So
What
you're
don't
the
lie.
way that
was
you're
that it
approaching
was
the conversation is making it seem like it's very insignificant. You're
that's
making it seem that women are so inferior, but then yet you're also saying they're.
I don't know. What do you think so far? What do you think, chat? Do you think women are inferior? Women are significant? Women can only bear the fruit of thy labor just for men's happiness? When a woman gives birth, not only is the man happy, but the woman is definitely happy, right? When a woman gives birth to him, when he plants his seed into the woman, which is conceived within 9 months, and once she bears that child within the 9 months, it's a beautiful sight, a beautiful thing. Why can't people just gravitate on that for a second? No, it's all this controversy. Men rule the world. And by the way, let's put the emphasis on man for a second. Let's talk about that for a second. Black man, you have not ruled anything. What have you ruled? What have we ruled within the 400 years of us being oppressed in this country? And in all point and tendencies, we're not oppressed anymore because we got billionaires now. LeBron James is an asshole. An asshole. Oprah Winfrey, asshole. She ain't doing nothing for you, nor them. Everybody was on me. I remember everybody was on me because LeBron James made his own school. No, he contributed millions of dollars into that school that wasn't even built. It wasn't even built his way. He ain't built that school. Stop it. A whole bunch of white kids in it. Anyway.
Highest value is to bear my children. You also made it seem like you're the only one risking your life. But if a woman is to produce your child, she is putting her life at risk before you even get to a scenario where you have to take your life for her. So this is what I'm saying. She is initially giving the blood sacrifice before you even give the blood sacrifice. But we're so inferior to you.
That's not so. Two things again.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I never said that for one.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So whenever somebody says something, if it's not clear, right? Because I'm hearing the word, it sounds like you said this, right? So if somebody says something and it sounds like they're saying whatever it is that I'm thinking, I'm going to ask them for clarification. So the proper thing to do, MJ, is to say, Hink, I just want clarification with this particular statement that you said. You mentioned this. This is what it sounds like. Can you clarify? And then that way we can kind of move further, because if we keep going around and saying, having discussions on what it sounds like, then we're not really coming and having a very intelligent conversation. So like, what is it that he said in particular that you need him to clarify so we're not going around in a circle?
Okay, so what I need Mr. Hink to clarify, he said that literally the only thing that our whole entire existence is just to bear his children, right? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Then that's where I got it wrong because it came off that way to me.
That's all right. I forgive you for being wrong, man.
So I apologize.
I accept your apology, man, for being wrong.
Yeah.
Now,
like
hold on, I just want to say this. Now, just think about how often people have conversations, right?
Wait, well, can he clarify what he said that
Right,
she was
that's
wrong?
something else. Yeah, that's something else too that you can further, because even though he said he didn't mean that, then you can also follow up by asking him, what is it that you mean? If you need further clarification, then it's up to Hink if he wants to disclose that or not.
Wrong. He has to further indicate what Hink is actually saying, because if he doesn't extend it, if he doesn't further it, then how will we know? And then I can basically accuse him of anything. It's all about understanding at the end of the day, right? It's all about understanding. So help me to understand and understand your position on how a woman should be, or how a woman works. Literally, I need your position, because up until this point, I was with you until you, or not you, but homeboy over here made a statement, and I would correct MJ. I was like, MJ, that wasn't Hank necessarily, that was the other guy. But either way, y'all sound the same, so it really doesn't matter. What would be your position for a woman in this world when it comes to, well, I said that wrong. What is your position for a woman in this world? What's your position? For her to bear children, right? And if you would say no, I was like, well, then elaborate even further. And I wouldn't stop a man for elaborating what a woman's position is. I wouldn't, because we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out, and we're going to come to some agreements, whether you like it or not. Because quite frankly, this whole spiel is getting old, and this is why people are tuning in and tuning out, tuning in and tuning out. Oh, it's the same damn conversation. Oh, it's the same conversation.
So what's the question then? So hold on. Who's asking me the question? Is mistaken the question, or is MJ asking the question?
I'm asking because MJ went off, and I'm going by what she said she heard.
Wait till she come back. She can ask me the question. You're not going to speak for her unless you're a lawyer, right?
Well, I do have a question for you in regards to what she said. The same thing. What I heard.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, he's not qualified. In my opinion, he's not qualified to be in these type of circles. He's not. And I could be wrong, but I wouldn't invite him to, well, let me stop lying. I would invite him to one of my functions. I would definitely invite him to one of my functions. He's being rude. I mean, he's always been this way. He's always been this way. And this is the reason why I say he's not qualified for any of these conversations. But I would definitely invite him to one of my functions just to see how he acts. But he on that particular type of time, so I'll be like, okay, whatever.
So what I heard was that you were saying that your responsibility, you believe in roles, and you said you're going to take care of, protect, provide, and your role is to go ahead and have my kids. So I think that's where
So that's the only thing I heard me say.
No, I'm talking about that part. So
Okay.
that's where the clarification is needed.
Okay,
Because
what's
it
your
was
question?
interpreted as that's what your role is to have the children. So that's what I'm trying to say. The clarification in terms of what did you mean by that, or a deeper understanding.
So what I meant by that she has, I believe in gender roles. That's what I said. I believe in hierarchy. That's what I said. So one of the things that she was built and blessed and made for is the blessings to bless us with children. What does that got to do with saying a woman, that's her only role? No, she got more than one role. I said rest in the femininity.
What if I told you that I run an online bridge business? And what if I told you that concept of a bridge is the...
That's another thing that she can rule the world as part of what I said. But I don't know what that got to do with anything about what she's talking about. That's the only thing y'all made for. No, we need y'all more than that. I need you more than just to make kids. Because like I said, some women don't have kids. So then that makes you less important. No, you got other roles you could do than just making kids and take care of kids.
Okay.
So does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, that's
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying.
does that answer your question, ma'am?
For the clarification.
But does that answer your question? Because you really didn't have a question. You just made a damn statement. But did that answer what you're looking for?
Oh, I did ask a question. I said, can you please clarify what you meant? That's a question mark on the end of that.
I got you, man. Right on.
Thank you, Brett. I know it was muted. He's not used to the negative stereotypes that come with a woman. He wants a woman that to my understanding, he already has a lady, but he wants a woman that's pure, somebody who's understanding, someone who is, very feminine, very ladylike. I understand all that. He comes off as rude, but that's just how he is. His demeanors and everything. Trust me, I've spoken to him plenty of freaking time. Although I wouldn't take him to any of my functions. Oh no, that's a fight. That's a fight ready to happen. But to your point, to your comment, I understand and overstand where he's coming from, because he comes from that particular side of the sector, and he comes from that black men unfiltered stage, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? So it shouldn't be shocking when he talks to a woman like that. If it was another person, I was saying, yeah, you're right. But that's just his nature. He's country, basically. He's country.
Angel,
but I
you got a
have
question,
to
man?
say, I think part of the thing is I'm just speaking in general, not to anybody directly, but in terms of my thought process. I think part of the thing is that what women hear when we hear we're not equal is that has been a struggle from the beginning of the time in terms of treatment. And so when women hear that, it's saying that for us, you're not equal, so therefore you're not going to be treated with value. and I'm, again, like I said, I'm not saying that this is what Hink is, and I'm just talking about historically and experience wise, is that that's what happens. So for some, it is a trigger when you hear that. I do think that there is a difference between equity and equality, right? The goal is the same in terms of promoting a level of fairness within the relationship. So that's the part that I think women are trying to convey. I think the other part is when you hear we're not equal, you hear different. And I think a lot of times we're conditioned to believe that different means inferior, right? Or what's the word that I was looking for? That different.
Is it dominant?
No. It'll come back to me.
But when did
hold on, Biz, let us finish.
You know, I know some people aren't religious, but it's a Sunday, so
that we have to change our mindset and how we approach conversations, how we hear things, because what someone should do, and this is my opinion, is they should ask further questions. A lot of times we get so hung up on what some people are saying, and the conversation never goes nowhere because you done blew up. I can't believe you said this, instead of asking the question. So if somebody says women and men are not equal, a follow-up question that I would probably do is, okay, well, explain to me like what it is that they're not equal in, so that I can have further context in order to be able to make the decision on whether this person aligns with me or not. Often good.
Thank you. What JR is not understanding is that, let me put myself on screen. What JR is not understanding is these questions are already being asked already. They're being asked already. Everything is being done already in a certain clip. But when you have people always interrupting, always not trying to understand their way of thinking, it always goes one way. You're supposed to think what I think, what I believe, right? Or they try to twist it as if it's like, I can understand, but the words that she speak, I can flip it, right? Always that pimp psychology. You can't do psychology with some. You can't do the psychology with any of these women anymore, because most of these women are psychologists. And what I hate people when they do is they try to out psychic out psychology the psychologist. What did I go to school? What did I go to school for 4 years for? Not just to study the human body, but to study the mind, right? And if I study the mind, I learn from different concepts in different types of ways with different types of people. Not everybody's going to think the same. And so this is the reason why I have to study the mind and the many functions of the brain and how it works. For example, we all know that the bottom back of your brain is tended to a fight or flight syndrome. And then you have the left side of the brain, depending on what pen you write with. If you write right, then your left side of the brain is going to function intelligently. If you are left-handed, then the right side is going to function intelligently. So I don't know. I don't know why we are arguing. I don't know why we are arguing certain things, certain functions. I just don't understand that. I don't get it. And furthermore, I would never have somebody like say, let's just say an Anton up here, because it's always a controversy if people don't believe in his beliefs. If people don't believe in his belief, it's always okay, sweetheart. And he's always bashful and he's always trying to humiliate people when he's been humiliated plenty of times. Wow. Wonder why you have those same people up there. Same people on your channel. Nothing wrong with your channel. I mean, your channel is going because of controversy, right? If I'm a controversial person, then my channel will grow exponentially because of controversy. But I'm not a controversial person. See what I mean? I could have Bridge come up here and we can have a conversation literally for 2 or 3 hours. And we can have an understanding on something. Same thing with Lisa. I talk to Lisa on the phone all the time. And we basically have an understanding. But people don't want to have the understanding because people want that matriarchy of having it one way. I don't believe in this and you shouldn't believe it either. Well, that's your belief. If you don't believe that I should have meat because it is because of this and because of this, because it's true enough. But guess what? I don't have meat every day. I don't have red meat. I haven't had red meat. I haven't had red meat in 10 years. I only have turkey meat, and that turkey meat is bomb in a mother. But anyway, the reason why I don't have red meat is because red meat is bad for you. And somewhat to some extent, turkey meat. We shouldn't be having meat at all. But for the simple fact that it's better, it's more lean, it's more lenient. Not saying that it's healthier, but it's more healthier than red meat. It's the same thing as an apple, right? We love apples because it's fruit and it's more healthier for you, but it's still sugary. But it's that good sugar, not the bad sugar that you. But if you have a whole bunch of apples, you're gonna get sick. Bananas, metabolism, they're good for you to a certain extent. But if you have a whole bunch of bananas, you're going to get sick. Sometimes we just have to learn how to fast from these things and fast from each other. Because that's sexual. This is the reason why we have so much sexual attention all the time. We have so much sexual attention. We always want to get in a woman's vagina. Because we seen other Negroes do it. We seen white men do it. Hell, even the Asians are getting it. And it's funny how they get in the mix. Like, what are you doing? That's why Asian men are the least desirable. Not black women. Black women are not the least desirable. Just because we have Brazilians out there, I don't believe in that. Because if black women are least desirable, then how come they're being picked to get great? Oops. Never thought of that, did you? Just like the white men from back then, picked your ancestors, our ancestral sister, and had sex with them or great them. And this is the reason why we have white people in our what? Family. But none of that's convincing.
Speakers, or either when people say something, sometimes they may say, I don't think men and women are equal, and here's why. And then they just lay down a list of things as far as what it is that they, as to why they believe in their personal opinion. And again, everything is opinion based. I mean, think about politics. You know, they're going to say, well, we're going to rid like taxes for, well, we're going to tax people who have money. Okay, well, why is that? And how does that help people who don't make money? What is the benefit? People hear that and then they just easily just get triggered, because like a lot of times people are being labeled something that they're really not, and you don't have a general understanding as to why they came to the conclusion that they came with when it comes to their opinion. So just to be fair, we can't assume. We have to try to gain as much context and data as possible. We have to seek understanding.
I asked Hank what his understanding of equal meant. And I just challenge men who do have that same ideology in terms of hierarchy or in terms of men and women not being equal, that you ask yourself why. Like, what makes us not equal? What do you as men feel like you contribute that is more or more superior than what the woman contributes? And I just, challenge with that question.
So
so when you use listen to the words you use, superior. What
my good sir, you said hi.
Okay, let me say this. If that, what does that do with superior, man?
Hierarchy. So the idea of hierarchy is a scale of superior to inferior, and there's a whole bunch in between. So superior and hierarchy are in the same field, if that makes sense. They're in the same subject matter. They are contingent upon each other.
So I'm curious. With us saying that we're not equal, that again, that does not mean that one is less valuable than the other. That doesn't devalue what it is that the other person brings.
So
right?
what makes us not equal?
And also, Mistaken have mentioned two things. So for the past 3 hours, all 4 men on the panel essentially have been defending women, saying that they need women, they have an utmost respect for women. So I don't understand with those contexts of this entire time that we just had for you guys to assume that we think less of women and what it is that they bring to the table.
Here's a controversial statement, sir. When you say that women are not equal to men, that is a triggering statement. Yet, you say, on the other hand, that you give a compliment basically to a woman that that's just, you can't say on one breath. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You can't say on one breath that these women are not equal enough. That could mean many things, that they're inferior, that they're this and they're that. But on the other hand, that we have the utmost respect for women. Even though you're not equal to us, you're not equal to us in any way. Like, you can't do this and you can't do that. You can't draw up any plans. You can't lift up a car battery. You can't. I seen a woman lift up a car, so let's not go that route. I mean, women do what they have to do, and I'm not saying all women, and particularly because women would just totally get dominated. However, there are women who will do any and everything for survival alone. Survival alone. And there have been plenty of single mothers out there who have survived on their own. Right? Didn't need nothing from the man that they got pregnant with. Didn't even need nothing from him. Because obviously he didn't want that responsibility, right? And I'm not saying all. But she literally had to survive on her own. And again, controversy as this is, when a woman gives birth, it's one of those 50-50 things. She can literally die right there on the table, on the bed, giving birth to your child. So each time she's giving birth to your seed, she's taking a risk. When you go out, when you go into the military, that's what you proceed to do, is go into the military. No one's forcing you to go into the military. You just volunteer to go into the military. Ain't nobody forcing you to sell drugs. You admit it, you chose to sell drugs. And everything is costly. Everything is costly. But for you impregnating these women and you not having any consequences to that, because you can go from city to city, state to state, impregnate anything that moves, anything with a vagina, anything with 2 ovaries and a clit, you're going to do that. You're going to do that because you have the ability to do that. A woman has one shot when she has that child. Either she dies and the baby survives, or both of them die. So we are lucky, we are fortunate, we are blessed for the both of them to survive in a world like this. To survive in that, when it comes to that situation and that situation alone. We understand that. No, you don't. Because you really want to just argue the point. And this is the reason why I just disagree with just having just women on the panel, because we're not ready. We're just really not ready.
The other part as well is, when did being different become a bad thing?
I think
it's one of those factors where with fruit, you have a watermelon and you have a banana. Both of these fruits do 2 different things. You have plants, you have a blade of grass, and you have an oak tree. They both do 2 different things. Yes, they are absolutely different, and they play different roles, so their equality is different. So when I was speaking on it, that's what I was that's the theory, the thought process that I have behind it. It's not I'm more superior than you and you're inferior. That's not the case. All it is that there's a different expectation that society has for men that they don't have for women. So in that case, we are not equal. Even with going back to the point of us of men essentially going to war, they were doing that at 13, 14 before they even had children. You know what I'm saying? So again, there's no equality in that, because up until recently, that's when women were on the battlefield fighting for what was going on back at home. But that was the expectation of every single man that has been passed through a womb on this planet. So in that by that statement, we're not equal, and there's nothing wrong with it. It does not mean that you guys are inferior. It does not mean that you guys are below us. It just means that there is a hierarchy where it is God, man, woman, child. That's the order. So and that's the order that most women want. Women want to be led. So if I'm leading you, if you expect me to lead you, in most cases, women don't want someone that is equal to them. They want something that's going to they want a man that's going to provide and give them more and lead them and take them. So the only way that is going to happen is if this man is more superior. Most women are attracted by men that are more dominant. They don't want some shrimp, skinny ass nigga that's 5'2". We see that all the time on the balloon shows. They, as soon as a motherfucker walk in and they under 6 feet, they popping.
Okay. You just disqualified yourself for the simple fact that you went to a damn show and based it on the women on that show. Base it on real life, dude. That was a show. That's a show. A show where a line of women see a man that can potentially be theirs. And if they don't like the man, they pop the balloon. Oh, big whoop, fucking whoop. It's a game now. It's a freaking game now that somebody created. Like those shows back then, like Change Your Heart, right? Anybody has seen Change Your Heart, you know, is 3 men in the back, you know, and there's one single woman, and behind the screen or whatever, they're talking to that single woman, and she has to choose between the 3. No, we're not basing it off that. I don't want to base it off that. I want to base it off real life. I want to base it on reality. That's a shit show. I'm getting sick and tired of these shit shows. Literally just shit all everywhere and make it look, and sprinkle some sprinkles on it and make it look pretty. I'm getting sick of that. When are we gonna grow up, yo? When are we ever gonna freaking grow up?
So I don't get it.
There's again, I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. We are equal in essence, but not equal in responsibility.
Please welcome President Ronald Reagan, who has a few questions for you.
So those are 2 different things. So I think where women is looking at is the essence part. When you guys are talking about it, I'm just telling you how we're interpreting it. Okay. Again, based on history, right? And even current day experiences as women. Our role in society, the way that it's impacted is that we are always at the bottom of the totem pole, so to speak, right? We just received certain rights. We didn't get right to vote until everybody else. So I think that that's part of where our relationship with the equal thing come in. The same that I guess y'all would feel like if we were talking about like white men, right? In society, you guys don't get treated equal, even though you guys are equal.
She basically said what I was thinking. How in the hell are you ever going to get any respect from a woman when you don't even get any respect, and when you don't get that same respect from a white man? The white man thinks you're inferior. You just don't see it because things are changing. I'm not naive to the fact that we've been overran by Europeans, white folks. I'm not naive of that. Maybe y'all are, but I'm not. So we can have this discussion of things are changing. We have jobs now. Why are we dead last? Why are we last? Why are we dead last in everything? I don't want to talk about sports. I want to talk about infrastructure. I don't want to talk about sports. I don't want to talk about fashion. I could care less about fashion. I'm gonna do another Umar thing tomorrow. Some Negro talked about we're striving because of hip hop and sports and fashion. What do we benefit from that? Do we build infrastructure off of that? No, we don't build no infrastructure off of that. I had an argument, literally had an argument with Bean. Shouts out to Beans. I literally had an argument about these, and he asked me a question, and I didn't get to answer it properly. He said, "Can you fix the ghetto?" I said, "Yeah." And they all cringed and had a little sigh moment. But I wanted him to get my point. I wanted him to know where I'm coming from. You can fix anything. You can literally fix anything. But to his discretion, you can't really fix something that's not fixable. But if you look at it in a certain way, can it be fixed? Yes. Do you want to fix it? No. That's why I said in the first statement, my first statement was to buy land and to own it and to keep it up. Therefore, if somebody were to come up to me and say, I want to build infrastructure here, they're going to have to pay me to do that. That's where the money comes in. Money draws, and it keeps drawing with an interest and more interest. That's where wealth comes in, my friends. Wealth is generational. It spreads through generation after generation after generation. If we were to have our own land, we would be developing well, but we won't be developing wealth for quite some time because I believe it takes years and years and years. You have to be built into that. You have to be built into that. And we haven't experienced. And that's another thing. Why are we not rich? You are rich, technically. You're just consumers. You consume everything. You consume food. You consume video games. You consume tennis shoes. You consume clothes that necessarily you don't really need, nigga. Unless you construct your own shit. Umar does his own shit. And yet no one wants to buy his clothes except for some majority of white people and mixed people. You don't want to buy his shit because it's too expensive. Oh, but you had no problem buying Cara Canaz and Louis and all and Louis Vuitton and all that other shit. You had no problems with that. But anything that's black owned, you want nothing to do with it. I have Umar shit all day, every day. Wish I had his shoes because his shoes look fly. They sold out. All of the shoes of different colors have sold out. Can't even find them. Can't even find the shoes. RBGs, you can't even find their clothes because most of their clothes is sold out. So if we had our own infrastructure and made our own shit, then we can go somewhere. And then that money has to generate. That money has to transfer. That money has to generate. Lucy's cakes. Lucy's I forgot what that cake. I had to talk to Zoe Williams about that. I had to talk to Zoe Williams because he promotes, right? And you can ask Uncle Jeff this. Zoe Williams often promotes, he still promotes all day, every day on the Zoe What Morning Show. He promotes people's products every Monday. Every Monday he does that. Every Monday he promotes people's products. Whether it be socks, whether it be Bill sauce, whether it be shepherd's pie or shepherd's cake or whatever that stuff is. Energy drinks that are natural based, that are naturally based, and we don't want to buy any of that stuff because we're so stuck on Prime and what is it called, that Bulldog drink, the other type of energy drinks that I don't even drink anymore. I haven't drank the energy drink in quite some time. I tried Prime, but I only tried Prime once. And it does taste good, but it's very, very sugary. Tastes good, but it's very, very sugary. So my thought process is, why are we so stuck on women all the time? Why are we so stuck on women? We should be stuck. We should be in a facility. We should be in a actual conference room. Close that motherfucking door, and none of us leave until we came up with something with a little bit of money attached to it. But none of us will submit to that. None of us would submit to that. You want a woman to submit to you? Why don't you submit your ass into a room full of men with nothing but water and fruit? I guess water and whiskey or something. I don't know. But none of us will come out that month until we came up with something that's worthy of discussing, worthy of putting out there in the atmosphere once we are done. And when all of us are on one accord, then and we structurally do what we said we were going to do, then and only then we will get respect back from our women. Then and only then will we get respect back from our women, because our women will see that we ain't playing with none of this shit. We are who we said we are. based on our productivity, based on our actions, not our words. Based on our actions, not our words. And we literally, man cave topics. I don't care what it is. As long as we don't need no females in the room. And that's what I'm saying. Why are we involving ourselves unless it's a different topic of some sort? Why are we involving females? Why? Our wife and I don't involve her in none of this stuff because she doesn't do YouTube stuff at all. She's barely on Facebook. She got other things to do. She hates it when I'm on here. But this is a hobby for me. But we ain't going nothing, going nowhere. Lock the freaking door. And anybody tries to leave, you're exiled. Anybody who tries to leave, I'm not Harriet Tubman. I ain't gonna shoot you. But you're exiled. You are excluded from anything that we benefit. Even reparations, I'm gonna see to it that you don't get not a damn dime. That's your folks, your relatives, your wife, your kids. Don't see to it that you don't get anything. You know why? Because you had every opportunity to express yourself. Two men of many African descent. I don't care where you come from, any shape, any form or shade of color. I don't care where you come from. You had every opportunity, since you're the one complaining so much, you had every opportunity to express yourself to the men and give your idea and to put it on the table. But you didn't want to do that because of your ego. All right, take your ego out the door. When you get out the door and those doors lock again, bye, see you. We ain't playing. We are not playing. Same thing with the women. I want the women to do this too. We're not gonna involve the sexy reds, the gorillas. Is that her name? Gorilla? I don't know these people. Gorilla, sexy red. We're not going to support them. We're not going to support any of this shit. We're not going to support the sexy red, the gorillas, the ugly looking chick with the white look. Well, she's not white, but she's like mixed. I don't know none of these people. The only person that I've heard was Sukihana, right? But Sukihana, she doesn't do none of this shit anymore. And I'm not gonna be funny about it. I'm just gonna say this: if Dr. Umar can change her life around, congratulations, cool, great. That's what needs to be done. And if she's with it, then that's one up on her. Because she understands at least, sorry about that. That's not all fun and games. It's not all fun and games anymore. These people, these industries will literally take your name and just put it in mud and make it look wonderful. Like I said, put a little sprinkles on it and make it look presentable, even though it looks like shit. When she got out of her contract, she said that was it. Now, if she goes back, that's on her. If she goes back on her, she is literally giving herself a second chance. I wonder if I can interview her too. I wonder if I could, to get some clarification, some understanding of how it came to be and how her and Umar met. Oh, they'll get views then. Men need to come to a conclusion first. What conclusion should men come to? What conclusion should men come up to? There are many conclusions. We just need one.
In essence, y'all are both men, right? So I think that for women, that's what we feel, because we've experienced what y'all have, but from a gender side of it. So when we're saying equal, we're saying, no, we're just as important. Have just as much value as you. So the equal in essence, but you're right. We're not equal in responsibility.
I mean, the obvious is that we're equal because both human beings. That's the obvious. What we're talking about is the responsibility of man and woman. That's I get it. Y'all took it to a different, path, but that's not what we're talking about. We know that we are both humans. We're both human beings. We have the same organs and all the other shit, aside from the sexual organs, right?
Everybody holds hands. Let's let Jay get in there because we're about to end shortly, but Jay about to ready to go.
We're equal in essence, but not equal in responsibility, and we're not equal in consequence either. And you know that for a fact. Like, y'all.
That's some crock of shit. That is crock of shit. Although I will say, you see it. You will literally see it all the time. You will see it all the time on the news. But it's starting. It's beginning to show, and it's beginning to show at a dramatic rate what women go through. Women go through just as much as the men go through when it comes to controversy. Let's not play these games. Let's not play these games here. Let's be honest with ourselves. We are starting to get equal when it comes to controversy. And I'm not, when I say controversy, what men go through, women go through as well. Because they don't need black women anymore, to be perfectly honest with you. These infrastructures, these white these corporations, these white men don't necessarily need black women anymore. They want their white women back because that's who they're equal to. That's who they know who can control, who white men can control, and that's white women. Although there has been some slick shit in the past, and of course, white women have their dominance, but I could care less. I could care less what white women do. I could care less what black women do. We have our own issues. We have our own particular issues, and one of them is not listening. That's the one issue. We're not listening. After your meeting where only the men have a powwow, and can't leave until, oh yeah, have an understanding when they can't leave until they come to some conclusion. Yeah, and the conclusion is of what, excuse me, what do men want? Can we come to some understanding when it comes to men and women? How much money we plan on spending, right? For if we have any type of businesses of some sort, if there are any millionaires in the room, we know of one, but he ain't gonna go for it because he's not all about the black community. But anyway, if we come to some conclusion and some understanding, and we put it into practice, I don't want to hear. Listen, this is Chirac. This is Chirac. If you haven't seen Chirac, it's basically a movie where gangs are killing each other on the women. The ladies are giving up on the men, and they said that you gets no coochie until you come to a truce. And there was blue balls everywhere. And finally they came to a truce. This is Chirac over here. This is definitely Chirac over here. We ain't leaving not near nowhere. And I want women to do the exact same thing. Coochies is gonna be dried up. Perfume, lotion, and everywhere it's gonna be around. Need perfume, lotion, and everything. But yeah, that's what you need to do. Come to some conclusion, some understanding on what we want. I asked the lady, I think her name is Angry Black Woman. I asked the lady, I said, well, what do you particularly want? Because she's always complaining about black men, black men, black men. I said, well, what do you want? She said, for the work, for the community to burn. I said, that's not a good look. That's not a good look at all. That is not a good look. I said, you have basically given up. Because I already got a man with me. I already got a man. He's black. I was like, well, why are you here? You're just talking. You're just talking to hear yourself talk. You're just talking to get yourself views. You just talk. Which I ought to do a video about that. But anyway.
I think somebody up here spoke on war. Y'all were allowed to live. Women and kids, they got to hang out. Us, out of here. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not equal in consequence either. We're equal because our consequence, we're equal. Well, let me repeat this. We're not equal in consequence because the things that you lack, our consequence is harsher because we're men. So yes, we are equal in essence because we bring similar things. I mean, we bring different things that add to the relationship. We can't get mixed in semantics. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you understand, if you know what you're bringing to a relationship and you feel like that's not being reciprocated, if their responsibility is not reciprocating that, then you need to be going with that relationship. And I think, to push that men are useless, I mean, clearly anybody in their right mind, like if you ask those women to snap their fingers and remove everything that men created, what do you think that show would look like? It would literally be eyelashes and stockings and probably some hair on that show. The building wouldn't even be there. So clearly there's an agenda, and we have to push to keep a balance. So sometimes you may see people going a little harder than they should, with conveying that message. But when you have people on one end that are literally saying men are useless, you know, there has to be some pushback. But I think, once again, like Miss Taken said it perfectly, we are equal in essence, yo, but our consequences are much different.
I agree to disagree. I totally agree to disagree. Because number one, consequences falls on everyone's shoulders, including the women. It's not just because we have more or less. It has nothing to do with that. The consequence is the consequence. You're dying. Okay? You're dying. Both men and women are equally dying. Make it make sense to me. Make it make perfect sense to me. You are equally as good as dead to those who are oppressing you. We're not being oppressed. Okay. We got jobs now. We got money now. Your money don't mean shit. It don't mean a damn thing. Your cars, your clothes that often the white man makes don't mean no never mind to me, my nigga. Don't mean no never mind. Your property still on this planet, on this soil, where it says that life, liberty, or is it light, liberty, and the super happiness? No, the light, liberty, and the super property. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed into this thing. You are literally locked and boxed. You don't understand how the entity works. The elitists put certain people in positions all the time to foreshadow your every movement. Why do you think they have freaking satellites in outer space? To foresee your every movement. Why do you think there's starting to be police stations on each and every single hood, each and every single store, each and every single corner, each and everywhere that you go, you ain't gonna find nothing but police cameras everywhere because they foresee each and everything that you do. And you're worried about women? Okay. We're getting dominated, but we need these women to submit. Okay, once they submit to you, then what? Then what? Then what? We just live happily ever after. We got families. Family is the most important. Bullshit. God is important. You know, the power to all this is prayer. Start there. Start there. The power of prayer. If you believe in that sort of thing, because most people don't believe in praying to a God who claimed that they left them. If you believe in that sort of thing, those are called atheists. I wish I might. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Almighty. Oshua, Jehovah, wherever you want to call. And God is not man nor woman. So I am equally blessed. God is not man nor woman. So I am equally blessed. I'll say it again for all the Umarians in the room. Listen, God is man nor woman, so I am equally blessed. Once you understand that you have been mind struck through propaganda, Willie Lynch, Jim Crowism, we literally take these things for granted and just swoop. Okay, we've been decimated by Jim Crow. Okay, so what's the next step? The next step is organizing. But we're just too separate far apart. Oh, that's the other guy's problem. What are you willing to do? Climb aboard. This is the reason why I say like and subscribe to the channel. Like and subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. That's why I often say that. You don't want to be a part of anything. And if you don't want to be a part of this channel, you can be a part of other people's channel who are like-minded just as I am. But we want to go over there to the fatties and we want to be entertained, or we want to get all the angry mans and be entertained, or we want to. That's all fine and dandy. But quite often, when are we going to get tired? This ain't entertaining anymore. It's not. We've seen it thousands and thousands of times. It's like me seeing the same Marvel movie thousands and thousands. Okay, I already know what they're going to do. Captain America's going to throw the shield. Thor's going to throw his Mjolnir. And blah, 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 blah. Okay, what's next? Okay, Thanos snapped his fingers and half of population died. Okay, got erased, basically. All right, what's next? I've seen the movie thousands and thousands of times. I've seen this movie thousands and thousands of times where a dude cussed out a woman, or some dude in the chat kicked her out, all because she was somewhat disrespectful. No, she wasn't disrespectful. She was just giving her opinion. And when a woman gets beat down, and when a woman gets beat like this here, when a woman gets beaten on a subway station, all you men start to ask questions about the woman. Like, what?
Questions about the criminal justice system. A woman on her way to work at Kennedy Airport was pummeled to the ground, punched, and then kicked at the AirTrain station in Howard Beach. This video is from security cameras at that station. Police did make an arrest, and it turns out the suspect has a long history of attacking people. The victim spoke exclusively to Eyewitness News reporter NJ Burkett.
Do you know how scared I am now? I was never a person to be scared.
Elizabeth Gomes was beaten so badly, she stands to lose the vision in her right eye. Her head throbs with pain, and she's barely slept in a week. Not since she was attacked in the Howard Beach AirTrain station 6 days ago.
I can't see anything on my right side, honestly. And it just hurts.
Elizabeth was on her way to work at JFK. She had just gotten off the A train and was headed up the stairs to the AirTrain platform when she was attacked from behind, smashed in the head with a bottle, and she never saw it coming. In the MTA's surveillance video, Elizabeth is dragged across the concourse and slammed headlong into a wall. She is punched mercilessly and kicked repeatedly. When a man tries to intervene, he is chased away before the suspect turns back to Elizabeth and kicks her 5 times before he calmly walks away into the transit system. She says he was muttering incoherently about Satan in the moments before the attack.
He's talking about the devil. He's talking about a whole bunch of nonsense.
Her husband is heartbroken and furious.
Man, I watch a video. I Tear my heart out, you hear me?
The suspect was later arrested, identified by police as 41-year-old Wahid Foster. In 1995, law enforcement sources say Foster was arrested for murdering his 82-year-old foster grandmother in a brutal beating at the age of 14. 6 years later, he's arrested for stabbing his 21-year-old sister with a screwdriver. And in 2010, arrested for attacking 3 workers at the Creedmoor Psychiatric Center where he was an inpatient. He was on parole at the time of last week's attack.
Jesus. Man. So the question remains, are men evil? That's what we must ask ourselves. Are men evil? I believe, and this is my belief is we have evil intent, but in order for that to not come out, there must be some good in it that can balance it all out. There has to be some good that can balance this shit all out. Otherwise, we're nothing but a bunch of cavemen. When we don't have when we don't practice some type of kindness, right? When we don't show our femininity, and it's less than, not more than, because we have testosterone, right? Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. When we when we have a healthy benefit of, because we have both masculine and feminine, that's pretty much everyone, man and woman. Women have more feminine traits than masculine traits. Sometimes they have to show an equal amount of both, depending upon if they were married to the man and the man ended up passing away, and all that energy travels directly in her direction, and now she is equal then. That's just the way how energy works. And you can say whatever it is you want. You can say whatever. What we fair using? What we fair using? Hurry, put up the video. That's okay, Lisa. But that's just how energy works. That's just how energy works. If my wife died, I have just as much equal amount of masculine and feminine energy, until one day I remarry again and I have to now be greater than my feminine side, because I let all the feminist control go to the woman that I marry. That's just how it works. But that is the same thing with our evil and our good and evil intentions. My good intention is to say help a homeless man get on his feet. My evil intention is to throw up the middle finger and say, fuck you, get a job. That's my evil intent. I am tempted in intent to mask both my evil and good side and to make it balanceable. Right now, I feel like cussing some people out. But my other side is saying, for what? When stuff had happened to me in the past by a specific person, and we're not going to say who that person was, my evil intent was to say, do bodily harm to this person who basically betrayed you, right? My good side was saying, let it go. You did nothing wrong per se, other than say some stupid shit. But needless to say, you did nothing wrong. Just let that go. Let things just die off. But people always gonna remember what you did, especially YouTube is forever. YouTube is forever. You can retire off of YouTube and they'll still remember you. It might not affect you as a person, but people won't have anything else better to do. This is the reason why spirit is very important. Spirituality is very important. This is one of the reasons why I go outside and I just meditate to myself. You have all this evil intention that you absorbed on YouTube. So when you're on somebody else's live, let's just say you're on Fatty's live, right? And you got some, not him particularly per se, but you have some people that literally get on your freaking nerves. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can literally just say anything and you could be a laughing stock or whatever. Or you can be one of the new kids on the block where everybody comes to your channel and they'll laugh. It varies, but that's the evil intention. My good intention is to block it all out and to go about my business and have channels like this where I can certainly keep to myself. I can keep to myself. I can challenge myself. Well, not challenge myself because I got the ladies in it. I got the ladies to, help me out whenever let's just say, if I get out of line, I know I got Lisa there to say, I'm down. I got Bridget to say, relax. It's okay. It's all right. I mean, I don't mind us being there for each other, but at the end, you're the person that has to answer to you. When the camera turns off, when I exit out of this live stream, I have to answer to me. When we all leave this bitch, we're gonna have to answer to God. That's how the world works. What that man did at the subway, he's gonna have to answer for his crimes. He's gonna have to answer for everything that he has done in this world. We're all going to have to take an account what we do in this body and in this life. So my question is, are men evil? Are men internally evil? If you think most, if you think all, if you think least, if you think none, then say so. Just say so. But we need truth. I know if I drink this Pepsi, my good intention saying is good than a muff. If I drink this Pepsi, if I drink this soda, which my bad intentions knowing that it's bad for me, is saying it's good. This is some good Pepsi. This is some good Pepsi Zero. But my good intentions is saying this is too much soda for you to be drinking. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't be drinking any soda. You should be drinking water. You should be drinking more water than you should be drinking sodas. But most of us are drinking more sodas than water, which is quite dangerous. It's quite dangerous. I can't believe I'm saying this because I've been drinking more soda than water. I can't believe I'm saying it. See the problem with that? See how I had to answer myself? Right? I had to answer myself in kind because of the simple fact that I drink more soda than I should be drinking water. So I just answered my own question and I helped my own self out. See how that works? If I had somebody like Lisa that could make me a good course meal and she gives me a proportion of food on the plate with all the, for the vegetables and the carbs. It's obvious since that was an empty. Hey, look, it was good, okay? My brain was telling me that this is some good stuff, which Pepsi Zero is good. I don't drink that sugary Pepsi. I haven't drunk that sugary Pepsi. As a matter of fact, the reason why I drink Diet Pepsi so much, I've been drinking Diet Pepsi for like 10 plus years. The only reason why I drink that is because my grandmother was drinking it. And my grandmother, when she drank Diet Coke, I thought that was the best thing I ever had. Which is weird, right? It's diet, which means it has less sugar and not more sugar. We need to start telling the truth. Just because it says diet doesn't mean it has no sugar in it. It does have sugar, it just has less sugar. So what chemicals are in that Pepsi? What chemicals are in that Pepsi Zero stuff? I have no idea. I guess it has I think what is it called? Endorphins or something like that. But that's coming from your brain every time you're happy or sad about something. I don't know. But all I know is it like Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts. We all know that psychologically, Pop-Tarts are awesome. They're great. They're good. On the other side of it, they're very, very sugary. One pastry is bad enough, but you're having two of them motherfuckers, and they come in two in a pack. My nutritionist said you can have one Pop-Tart a month. You mean pack? No, she said take it out the pack and then put it up. Once you take it out the pack and you eat that, that's it. I'm like, what? That doesn't even sound American. Because once I open up the pack, I might as well just say, well, she also said you can do that, but you have to make it 2 months now. Yes, a month because I'm still a pre-diabetic, but that's what pre-diabetics go through. They have to go through a nutritionist, and the nutritionist will tell you, you're supposed to eat this, and this, right? And that's another thing that we need to talk about, because obviously, instead of just having these conversations about men and women all day, we specifically have conversations about we should be having conversations about health, because quite frankly, the sugar intake has gone up since 2021. And this is 2024. So the sugar intake on a lot of things, you know how I noticed? Because when I went to the store, I went to 7-Eleven, right? And I went to get a Lipton tea. And usually Lipton teas, these big giant soda, these big giant cans, right? They didn't have but so much amount of sugar within them. Now, when you look at them, it's like 33% sugar. Like, what the hell? So they're increasing the sugar intake by a lot. Because they're trying to get people up out of here. They're trying to get people up out of here. It used to be 13%. Now it's 33%. I might be wrong. It's been a long time since I had Lipton tea, but anyway, we have to on this channel when I get more people now, and I'm going to predict that I'm going to get a fairly decent amount of people, right? A fairly decent amount of people, because this is a very nice sized channel and we're growing slowly but surely. I'm just going to need to get people to go ahead to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, subscribe, and if they would like, become a member. And we can ultimately just shoot the shit. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. But like I said, like, share, subscribe to the channel, and I should be back sometime tomorrow with a new banger. But I didn't mean to be graphic or anything. I don't mean to be graphic, but I just felt the need to show you the other side of what men are talking about, because they always talk about how women, how they act and all this other stuff, and it's just crazy, right? But when I put a mirror up to their faces, I see nothing but demons, right? So let's look at the other side of it. Since you think women are just as are evil, can men be just as evil, or are they evil? And there are many clips, many clips of men being just nasty and wicked and just out of sync, out of sight, out of place, out of mind, out of body, and just literally just beat the shit out of females. Yes, they are full of demons. Well, I think the next step is what every woman has been preaching about. Should we just get away from them? Should we just move? Should we just, I mean, you do what you have to do, but protection is key. Protection is key. And if you have somebody in your life and you have seen what you are seeing today from me or from some other source, then if you have someone to speak to, speak with them on the situation, right? Have a conversation about what you saw and about what concerns you. The manosphere is planting that such into these. Well, you know, there are those and there are others that merely talk about other things, but they talk about manly things and not necessarily females. I mean, I blame Red Pill more than anything. I blame Red Pill more than anything. Right. Because they're just as equal responsible as Red Pill. Now I heard there's a Black Pill. I'm like, oh God, what's up with these pills? I was considered Blue Pill by someone in my old sector. I was considered Blue Pill. I was like, what are we talking about? And I had to look at the Matrix one more time. And I was like, oh, so that's what that means. Okay. No, I don't think I'm Blue Pill. Well, maybe I am Blue Pill. Maybe I am that guy. Maybe I am. And then I was being called a simp and everything else, which I don't know what that means still. All I know, I hear simpleton, but that's something else. Just because I give a shit. You give a shit too much. I was like, well, that's how you made it, right? You made it to the point where I have to give a shit. I have to care so much. I have to care so much because you lost your way. You lost your edge. You lost your balls. You don't want to protect a woman anymore. All you want to do is get between her legs. And I know, hey, Bridget, she might look good. Well, she got a man already. She got a man. Lisa, she might look good. She's married. You ever heard of finding your own? Oh, I don't have the ability. I don't have the ability to find my own because they trip too much. They do this and do that. They have attitudes and they swing their heads and they have weave on and their eyebrows are up to here and their lip. Then they got too much lipstick and they got too much of this and too much of that. And like, what do you want? I want a natural woman. You might not like a natural woman because a natural woman necessarily will not put on makeup. And you're going to call her an ugly bitch. So what do you want, nigga? Like, what do you want? The thing that you want may not want you. You ever think of that? So you're just going to have to play around. Just play around. Play around. Play the field. The woman that I want had 5 children. Already had 5 children. And they said, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do whatever you want. If you want a woman with 5 kids, then be with a woman who has 5 kids. But you have to understand, and overstand what that's going to be like if you are with a woman with 5 kids. You have to have what's called a conversation. It's like, I want to be with you and I accept you and your children. But the one thing I am not going to do, or the one thing you're not going to do, is you're going to chastise me into taking care of your kids. These are your kids. I am a support system. If I have it, I will give it to you. Hell, I might just support you just because. But it is not to be rushed. It is not to be It is not to be taken for granted. None of that shit. But once you're in it, 5 years in going, you're going to have to participate. You've already participated, sir. You don't want to be in her life with the 5 kids. And I'm just throwing that out there. You don't want to participate. Exactly. They want what they can't get. I mean, they can get it. They're just gonna have to pay for it. They can get some box. They're just gonna have to pay for it. They can get box. They're just gonna have to pay for it, brother. And you can have whatever service you want as long as you can pay for it. It's this thing called Tinder. It's this thing called Tice City, I think is what it's called, where you can go on and scroll on the internet and you can find whatever prostitute, lady, worker down there, whatever you want, or whatever you want to learn. But she's gonna have a price tag. She can go anywhere from 25 to 500 to 1,000. If you're going to 1,000, that's got to be some good stuff there, boy. That's gonna have to be some good stuff. And remember, you get what you pay for. If you're going with the woman that wants nothing but 50 bucks, you're gonna get some 50 bucks. You're gonna get some. You're gonna be like, hell no. I'll save my pennies for that $500. So $500. You literally gonna get you some coochie for $500? You crazy. You are freaking crazy. Stop. At that point, I'll be like, stop fucking around. Stop fucking around. Get yourself a shave. Get yourself a nice, some nice clothes and go out and put some aftershave on, put some cologne on. Man, go out there and mingle. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? You might pick somebody one night, or they pick you or whatever, and you get it on the first night. You never know. But why we want to subject ourselves to that? I'm too old for that. Why are we subjecting ourselves to that shit? Why are we subjecting ourselves to one night of pussy? What does that do? What does that accomplish? Now, if you do it with no strings attached, fine, cool. But most niggas are in their feelings right now. Oh, no woman wants to love me for me. Oh, no woman wants to love me because they don't have an understanding. I don't have an understanding of them. And they don't want to cook me no meal. They don't want to cook me. You in the wrong place. You in the wrong place, my boy. If you want a relationship, then you don't need to be out there on the street to get a relationship. And often maybe one day be in a marriage. What? Yes. What?
Well, need water.
I already bought one. It's on the table. You don't need to be in a relationship. If you're in the club, you need to be in a library or grocery store or something like that. Don't go to the club. Nothing good comes out of clubs. I was just the lucky one. Nothing good comes out of clubs. Hell, I met my woman at a club. I was just a lucky one. I was just a lucky one. That's it. That's it. That's all. Now, if you don't want a relationship and you just want a situationship, cool, that's on you. But you're a little bit too old to be in a situationship. That's like a 24, that's the 23, 24-year-old type of thing. Even though that's going to be dangerous for him because you don't know what's out there. You don't know what's out there. There's a new disease out called tetracycline. There's a new disease out there, and they are cheap about. What are they cheap about? Oh, yeah, about whatever. Well, Bridge. Here's the thing. You know what they often say, right? If I had to pay $20, well, $36 for a steak that you eating, I'm getting in them draws, Bridget. Would you let a man get in your draw? Would you let a man have some sexual relations with you if you had to pay $38 for a steak? If he's giving you $38 for a steak, and what's on the side of that? You want potatoes with that? You want asparagus? You want some wine? Let me stop picking on her. Lisa, she cooks. I ain't worried about her. Lisa, she cooks. Why? I'm just saying. That's how men are. If I had to pay $28 or $36 for a steak, if I had to take it to Cheesecake Factory, there are more expensive places than Cheesecake Factory, but let's start there. If a man takes you to Cheesecake Factory and he spends more than $100 for preferably you and him, ooh, you gotta at least sniff it. Let me just sniff it. I am a lady. How dare you? Well, give me my $38 back. Now, if he takes you, let's just say he takes you to Hell's Kitchen. Now I have to say, Hell's Kitchen is mighty expensive. We are not obligated. So wait a minute. So you mean to tell me if we are not obligated to get anything if I take you to Hell's Kitchen? Huh? We're not obligated. Fuck you, bitch. You ain't shit. Man, she's a meanie. She is a meanie. She won't even let me sniff it. She won't let me sniff them draws. And I took her to Hell's Kitchen. And that check came up to $200. Ooh. I almost forgot. Hell's Kitchen is mighty expensive. Hey, Helen, how are you? Hell's Kitchen is mighty expensive, Bridge. I'm telling you. You better not ever come across with any men if they take you to an expensive restaurant like that, especially here in Vegas. And here in Vegas, if they take you to a restaurant and you ain't contributing, ooh, I don't know. He might talk about you for years and years to come on YouTube. No, it's busy, huh? It's busy over here in YouTube too. It's busy over here in YouTube too. But Briggs, she said, screw you. You gonna have to earn this. Motherfucker, I just earned it because I paid $200 for a steak. I paid $200 for a steak. Dinner does not mean sugs. Sigs. Dinner does not mean, wait, hold up. Dinner does not mean SIGs. I don't know what the hell that is, but okay. No, it does mean that. Because I spent hard-earned money out of my pocket. You could have paid for your own dinner. You could have paid for your own dinner. Who asked who out? That's what I would often ask. Okay, who asked who out? Did she ask you out? No. Okay. If you asked her out, you are obligated to pay. She's obligated not to give you any pussy. And I know it hurts. It hurts. It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts. Oh, that just hurts. It just flails. It just flames up. That you get all hard up for the woman. And she don't give you it on this is a first night date. But many people give it up many women give it up on the first night. No. Some people give it up on the first night. What are we talking? What are we talking? Or we know each other for a while. What if I just, okay, what if I just wanted to kiss? What if I just wanted to kiss? What if I just want to feel up on you? What if I want to feel up on you? Just squeeze real tight. What if I just want to feel up on you? Without penetration. See, there's options. If option number 1 is off the table, then option number 2, option number 3, option number 4. It's just options. You got to literally plan. If the vibe, bingo, if the vibe is right. And not necessarily, I don't want to get in your, I just want to, if my tongue is quite thirsty and I just want to drink, wink, wink, or if I just want to cuddle with you that night. If I just want to cuddle with you that night, would that suffice? If I just want to cuddle with you that night, if I just want to be in your presence, I don't necessarily want to let you go. I don't want to let you go just yet. Yeah, right. Come on. Give the man something. Yeah, I give him a peck on the cheek. Good night. You go in there and shut the door. And he's literally has his in his hand. And he's, you know what I mean? Oh. Man, that's some buzz. No one slow drags anyone. Here's the thing. Here is the thing. And this is where it's going to be interesting in 2025. Just like I'm starting to witness some men, when they open the door for you, and normally the woman doesn't say anything, don't put yourself in a position to get disrespected. Don't put yourselves in a position to get disrespected now. Because I seen it. I seen men get upset whenever these niggas open the door for women expecting a response. I don't expect anything. I don't expect anything. A bunch of rabbits. Yep. Jagging like rabbits. They jagged. What do you think they're in the what do you think they're in a club to do when you dress up the way that you dress? Not you. I'm saying, what do you think they do when you start dressing inappropriately? And not every woman dresses inappropriately. I'm just saying, if I have to see a nipple, if I have to see you in see-through and I see nipple, or if I see your drawers, if I see the back of your ass, all right, if I can literally do like that and you don't do nothing, she said, thank you. It is a response, but I have to admit, some of you ladies, you're not responding fast enough. And so they expect a thank you right off. Not me. I'm just like, because I automatically get it without even saying anything. I automatically get it. I'm not being arrogant. I'm just saying what is. I was like, oh, yeah, you're welcome, and move on. Or you open the door from them, they don't say nothing, just go on and grab your card and just go on about your business. Boom. They want the acknowledgement. Because they don't get acknowledged by their massa. They want yes, I said it. They want the acknowledgement because they didn't get the acknowledgement from the people who are oppressing them. If I was not married, I was single, right? Which one of yous in here would consider dating me? Let's just play a little game. Which one of yous would consider dating me? And just tell the honest to God truth. But any of you Negroes in here consider dating a poor little individual like myself? Or would you just leave me in the mud? Let me see. What else do they want you to say? What else do you want you to say when you open the door for them? Yeah, that's a good question. You're looking for a cougar. You're looking for a cougar. What is a cougar? What the fuck is a cougar? Well, no, I mean, quite frankly, I mean, I've been with 30. I mean, let me see. I'm 45. The suitable age would be from 27, 28 on up. 27, 28 on up. I am a mountain lion. I don't know. Send me your picture on email. Send me a picture on email. Let me determine that for myself. 44. That's just so disrespectful. I haven't quite reached that age yet. Lisa wouldn't want me. Lisa wouldn't want me. I'm too wild. Lisa wouldn't want me. Fresh peaches. What? Just stop. Stop with the ad libs. Just stop it. Just stop with the fucking ad libs already. Peaches. I'm a peach. Just say, yeah, you a plum, you a pear, yeah, fucking grape. Come on, stop it. Just stop. And then again, I don't know. You might be a peach. You don't know. You never know. You never know. Send me a picture. Send me a picture. Sends me A's pictures. I want to determine that for myself. And that way I can shout out appreciation to you. You are fresh peaches. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I try to be. I have my coded mechanisms, but hey, my wife put up with me this long. We had to really do nothing around this house. And sometimes I wither off a little bit, but I have to have like my brother put me back where I need to be. Sometimes my uncle, he's a minister at his church. He has to literally put me back where I need to be because I can roam. I'll roam. I told you I cheated on my wife before. And I wasn't proud of it. I wasn't proud of it. I was just frustrated. But now it's a little different. It's a little different. And quite frankly, I'm so busy. I'm so busy. I can't even think about anything. But I mean, school's coming up, and I gotta be focused. I gotta focus on getting up out of here and attending with my kids. And my kids are going back to school. My 13-year-old is in the 8th grade, and my son, he's in the 4th grade, and I got to be there for them. My kids are the most important thing to me right now, so I can't think about no. No, I was frustrated. I was very, very frustrated. Quite often back then, I think like almost 5 years ago. It's been almost 5 years. Today is August. So February would technically be 5 years. February would definitely be 5 years. So so the reason why I did it is because, again, I was frustrated. Things happen. Relatively, she crossed that threshold, and I had enough. And just like any man would struggle, but before I did it, I had let her know how I felt. And I talked to family. I talked to plenty of my family. I talked to my wife's family. I talked to my family. I was talking to Wino. No, I was playing. I was trying to get people's perspective on what I should do. And by that time, it was too late because, like I said, the devil works in mysterious ways. What'd you say? Staying with your wife? Staying with your wife is not worth it. Quite frankly, It is, because we can often work some things. We can often work some things out. It's just that you're in it for the long haul. I'm 60. What? What? You're 61? No. 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 Oh, no, 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 no. I am not having it. I don't believe you. I do not believe you, ma'am. That picture says not 61. That picture right there says 31. That picture says 31. I want to see it. I want to see it. But seriously, that picture says a little bit younger. But I think it's 61 because I know some 61-year-olds look good in the motherfucking. But anyway, yeah. I was 55 in that picture. No fucking way. God damn, I went age gracefully. Good Lord. Who is Big Stevie? That's me. Shh, don't tell nobody. That was my dad. Steve was my dad's name. Stevie is my name. And Steve was my dad's name. Stevie is my name. Because my father's father is also named Steve. It's just nicknames. It's just nicknames. No big deal. Ain't no freaking way. Ain't no freaking way. I embrace my age. So do I. I work out and take care of myself. Maybe you can have some tips for me. Maybe you can have some tips for me. My hair needs to lose this gut. It's expeditiously. But let me ask y'all a question. If I watch corn, am I cheating? If I watch corn, am I cheating? Just a question. Is that cheating? If I watch cab confessions, am I cheating? If I watch cab confessions or something midnight after dark, am I cheating? Would you allow me to do that? I'm just saying, you come off a hard day's work, you don't feel like doing nothing. It's like, okay. Am I wrong for doing that? How? How am I wrong for doing that? I guess she said it is. Can you explain that to me? Hold on. I'll give you the link. Hold on. Can you explain if you had to ask? It must be so. But I was just wondering. It's like, I mean, things a little bit different now, but back then I'm like, if I were to watch Pornhub, if I'm not getting any satisfaction, am I cheating? How is that cheating? What is the prime definition for cheat? Cheat. It's not like I'm cheating on a test. I used to cheat on tests all the time. I'm not afraid to admit it. I used to cheat on tests. That's everybody. Everybody used to cheat on tests. You should have took the time to study. You should take the time to kiss my ass. That was smart ass shit. Sometimes we have so much homework that we had to cheat. Shit. We just wanted to pass. We didn't worry about anything else. But I was just wondering. That's all. I was just wondering. So whatever I desire is basically cheating. Whatever it is I desire is basically cheating, is what you're saying. Do you make your wife feel good after you watch corn? No, because what I try not to equivocate what I do and what I watch on TV and what I watch. I don't put that in the bedroom. You're not supposed to do that. Because if you see, it's like many people have done that. Isn't that lusting? Yes. Many people have done that in the past, in past tense, because what they see on Pornhub, right? Yes, that is lusting. My man and I watch it. We be laughing. Well, see, you and your man can watch that shit. Me and my wife, we ain't watching that because she's not into that. He has basically turned into Noah, okay? She has basically turned to Noah. She found out that boy, many times has she caught me watching that stuff. She'd be like, "Oh no, what are you doing? No." I'm like, hey, I got needs too. Hey, hey, how are you? It would be like the door would be locked, and all of a sudden she unlocked the door and like put the things. Hey, how are you? And she'd be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, just a little exercise, and just doing a little exercise, trying to get my triceps all together, trying to get my triceps." What? Nothing slid with her. Nothing slid with her. So you got it. You got it good. Y'all got it great. Y'all all got it great. Lisa got it great. Helen, you got it great. Bridget, you got it great. Don't leave your situations or relationships with less than. Never leave your relationships, your marriages for less than. Try to work it out as best as you possibly can. This is the reason why we have fun. This is the reason why we have fun on channels. We have fun. I mean, it's frustrating, and this is why we go out and we try to do things without my relaxation time is when I'm listening to music. Like after I leave this here, I'm going out and I'm going to the pool and I'm gonna relax, listen to some music, probably play with my kids a little bit, then go to bed and go to sleep because I got to get up in the morning and I got to do some stuff. But ultimately, yeah, you got to do what's best. Sometimes you got to do what's best for you. And when you're in the house, and because let's just face it, marriage is boring, but it's the type of boringness that is needed. Because what's out there in the world, in the real world, I don't want to get into it. It depends. It depends on, sometimes I listen to old old 90s music like SWV. I'll listen to SWV. I'll listen to David Moore. I'll listen to more David Morrison than anything. David Morrison, Robert Glasper, Sir. Sometimes I'll listen to the R&B singer. Raphael Sirdig, Dwele, Raheem Devon. When I met the brother Raheem Devon, and that brother right there, not only can he sing, but he can perform. And when I drove him around, when I was doing Uber and stuff, I drove him around for 3 days and 3 nights. That's my brother right there. R&B, little R&B, not too much hip hop, not too much hip hop. Sometimes I'll be in Linkin Park mode. Sometimes I'll be in Linkin Park mode. Sometimes I'll be in Red Hot Chili Pepper mode. It all depends. But when I really want to get mellowed out, it's jazz music. Jazz, anywhere from John Coltrane to Brian Culbertson, Kenny G, Najee, Steely Dan, and a plethora of other people. Anything that can mellow me out, and zoom me and take me to another world, I'm there. My coworkers were shocked when I knew the words to Sexy Red. You listen to Sexy Red? Does she rap? What does she do? I'll put her in, like, in the Uncut. You remember Uncut from BET? I'll put her in there. I don't listen to sex. It's the same shit. I disqualify anybody who makes lipstick and labels them after diseases. Yeah, y'all should. Sir, I listened to for a very, very long time. When he came out with The Evil, that was the shit, boy. When he came out with Evil, and everybody was sleeping on Sir. And then when Masenko came out, oh my God. I listen to a lot of Masenko, a lot of Sir. I listen to people when TBA or whatever they call that company is. I listen to a lot of that shit. And then it mellows me out completely. I had a conversation with, I don't know who that was. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Ratchet, True. She's like Cardi B. Cardi B is the most entertaining, most Hollywood person I could ever lay eyes on TV. She used to be funny to me. She ain't so funny no more. But I'm more of the Queen Latifah. I'm more of the Queen Latifah era. I'm more of the MC Light era. The yo-yo era. You know what I mean? I'm more of that era. I mean, and a little bit of Little Kim. because she can actually freestyle. I don't know if then Nicki Minaj freestyle, because the first time I saw Nicki Minaj was on MySpace, and she had the exact same picture up as Lil' Kim. It stole Lil' Kim's thunder, stole Lil' Kim's joy. Her man had stolen her joy. Oh, you talking about what's her name's Offset or some shit? That's Hollywood shit. They'll be back together in no time. They'll be back together in no fucking time. Her and Offset will be back together. I don't believe in this Hollywood break. That's Hollywood shit. That's some Hollywood shit. What did we learn from Halle Berry? Right? She's everyone's dream, every man's dream to want to be with Halle Berry. But if you look at the situation, has she ever kept a man? No, not necessarily. Would I still hit? Yes. Would I want to marry her? No. Because she just, I don't know. I just don't know. I wouldn't want to even mess with anybody Hollywood. Maybe Grace Jones, but that's about it. Hey, she took off of her bedding. You going to turn down a pussy like this? She lifted up her legs. Hollywood. I don't do Hollywood because they're fake. Like 90% of them are fake, except for the ones that are already in relationships. They're fake. I mean, if there was one name, and I already thought of it in my head, if there was one person that I want to be with in Hollywood, it would be Sanaa Lathan. Yes, Sanaa Lathan. Yes, Sanaa Lathan. Yes, her. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. I will slur up her bathwater when she got out that bitch. I would eat her out of house at home. I would literally suck the corn off of that lady's toes, and she don't even have corn on her toes. Yes, I said it. Sanaa Lathan can get it 10 times over. She can get it. Ain't nobody else. Beyonce, I don't give a fuck about no goddamn Beyonce. Fuck her. Beyonce, like that. Fuck that ugly ass fucking Jay-Z. That clown. That all of them some drag. All of them are bought, paid, and sold. All of them are bought, paid, and sold. Don't give me no damn Beyonce. Perfect on the outside, screw up on the inside. Well, pretty much, because they've been through a lot. Hollywood has put them through a whole bunch of. So, I mean, it's the good parts are always shown. You can make money, you can be famous, everybody knows your name, you get good popularity. But on this side, it's all drugs, sex, and alcohol. Drugs, sex, alcohol. Drugs, sex, alcohol. Drugs, sex, alcohol. Basically a Diddy situation. Yeah, she is very, very popular. You damn right she's popular. She's gonna be popular with me. He's like, how you doing? How you doing, Miss A? Hi. She turns it back and he's like, what'd you say? I was like, nothing. Yeah, they did a movie together. I think it was called not Out of Sight. What movie was her and Denzel when Denzel was like in his 40s? He was in his 40s. I forgot what movie that was that they were in. I forgot what movie that was. Anyway, before I get out of here, before I get out of here, I just want to thank y'all for coming. Thank y'all for sticking with my crazy ass. And I also want to give a shout out to, I appreciate everybody here. Appreciation Day is coming up. I really want to do appreciation night with T Pre and D Darrell, but unfortunately they're beefing right now, and that wouldn't be a good idea. I've heard the back and forth between both of those two, and this is not the first time, although the first time it was kind of weak. This is just going off the rails, and I blame certain individuals because of this, but like I said, both of them are good friends of mine. It was just right now, it's just not the time to be all up in people's business. I just let that shit just go and just die down before I say anything. I really wanted to say something today, but it's just bad. It's just bad all around. It's just bad all around. Right? Who are they fighting about? In my old sector, the Umar sector, there's this guy, this little itty bitty boy, Tay Diggs or something like that. Some guy that I never knew had called me out once upon a time. And of course, because of Michael McDoesn't exist, he often has some videos of me doing some stupid shit. But anyway, now he had some public information out there in the open for him choking on a girl, beating her to death and some stuff like that. And D Darrell put that on the forefront. And I guess T Pre was rocking with Tay Diggs and some shit. I don't know how it went, but some other people were involved, and it's like it's a whole big mess over there. And it's very, very, very fucking small. The Umar sector is that small, but it's also filled with a whole bunch of undesirable people that I just don't want to be around anymore. Because they don't talk about anything of substance. They just don't. And I basically said, I quit. I gotta get up out of here. And T Pre, she was the one that told me to get out. That I needed to get out. That I need to look, that I need to do some research. I need to move around. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for D for what he's done for me. Right? He's been there for me when I was having trouble, right? Financially. So that's my big brother right there. He's Pan-African like I am. So, and we all came with that under Umar. So I wish the best of luck for the both of them. Tie it out, drag it out, however you want. Then I know that he basically said, F her, I don't want to deal with her no more, blah, 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 blah. I hear that all the time. I hear it all the time. In about 6 months or so, they're right back to where they were. Hey, how you doing? How's it? Da, 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 da. Just work it out. That's all I can say. Just work it out. Just work it out. if I seen Tay Diggs today, I'd probably punch him in his face or something out of principle, but because I hold him responsible for all this shit. But either way, they'll be fine. They'll be all right. You know, I love them both, and I hope things will work out. And people often say I care too much. I don't care enough. Because like I said, at the end, we all that we have. We are all that we have. What up? What up, narratives? I'm about to go over see what Trish is doing. I've been on this thing for 4 hours. I'm about to go ahead and see what Trish is doing. But meantime, between time, y'all take care of yourselves. Ladies, please take care of yourselves. There's a lot of things we need to ask, a whole bunch of questions. We need to ask a whole bunch of questions. I'm just gonna call you Neil, okay? We just need to seriously ask ourselves a whole bunch of questions. It's like, where do we stand as men? Where do we stand as women? I'm often gonna come up with the question: are men evil or no? Because if men can come out with a fat bitch, a fat woman that's 350 pounds, and we're talking about where she needs to lose. She don't need to say anything because she's 350 pounds. What does her what does her knowledge of shit have to do with her weight? That's crazy to me. Yes, but these people are hard-headed and need to learn a lesson the hard way. I do agree. But again, I'm going to let them drag it out. I'm not going to fight with them. I'm not going to mess with them. D called me earlier up today, and he was upset. And I can understand why he was upset. I just took the liberation to say, I'm just going to remain out of this. I'm going to stay out of it. I'm not going to even get involved. If he wanted me to, I'll talk to her and I'll get her side of it. But I know it's going to be like, I got my own problems, man. I seriously have my own freaking problems. Nah, because it's a he said, she said type of a thing. So it's between two adults that are in their 40s or 50s or whatever. So they'll work it out. They definitely work it out. I have no doubts about it. I have no doubt. Lessons need to be learned and situations need to be had in order for them to come back together with, which I know they will. I just don't want it to happen now because it's just too much stuff involved and other people involved, that other people are involved or are going to want it to continue. And this is the thing that I stayed away from, because why do you want the chaos to continue? It makes no sense. If he's with her, then what for it he's waiting to talk about the weight? There are many skinny women out there. If you were with her when she was small, then I understand. If you mother, yes, for health reasons, yes, of course. When she's fat, she's fat. Yeah, the argument. Who's having it? We're talking about people in the Umar sector with D. Durrell and T. Pre. And I was gonna say something nice until I saw a meme that came into my phone this morning about survive Indeedorel. I'm like, what? So I clicked on it and didn't like what I heard. And so I ended up calling Indeedorel. I was like, well, what the hell's the problem? And he was like, fuck that bitch. I'm like, again? Because this is not their first rodeo. The Umar sector. Yeah, the Umar sector. Yeah, I don't want to play that. That ain't even nothing to bother with. There ain't nothing to bother with. I just hope he's an issue at times too. I don't know, because I haven't been on that side in a while. I just, when shit gets sent to me, I look at it for a few minutes and then I click off. Because again, it's not of substance. You're not talking about anything of substance. You're not talking anything that's interesting to me. It's been the same stuff that I've been trying to get away with for years, but yet she has been the one, and I have to give her credit for this. T-Pre has been the one that said, just get out and start roaming around, which I did. And we're still good friends to this day. So, but D, I will, that's my friend too. So it's fucked up. It's fucked up. But man, I gotta get out of here. Love y'all. Y'all have a good night.